So good morning everybody, welcome along to day 3, the final day here of the Masters, FIFG Masters English Open, live from the Ashbury Resort here in Devon, England. Delighted to have you along watching the stream this morning. We're just currently on the tee box of hole 1 of the Oakwood course this morning. We do have cameras out around the course, as you would expect, having seen the coverage. Let's just go further up the course now and see a putt go in. Yes, what a putt. That is a great putt. So we'll be getting out and around the course, so you won't be missing any of the action that's happening today, as well as our live cameras here on Oakwood. We have got other cameras out and about on the Forest course and the Pines course today. So we will be able to bring you some recorded action from those courses to see the women, juniors, seniors, senior plus. So we'll be keeping across their competitions and also crucially seeing the ending of those competitions. So we can let you know who has been successful. And then we will be bringing you the conclusion of the men's competition here on Oakwood. Our commentary position with Stephen Groombridge is outside today. We are right on the 18th green. He'll tell you all about it, I'm sure, as the morning progresses. But in the meantime, just while the early setters in the men's competition just get underway, we will just bow out of comms again just for a moment. Stephen's just got a few issues to resolve, as is ever with organisers. He's doing a sterling job, both commentating for us and also sorting out rules issues and just the usual things that pop up in a competition involving 300 plus players, as you can imagine. But it should be a great day of foot golf ahead, and we will be bringing you live action from the first tee with Stephen in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll just bow out off comms, still get some action from the course, and we'll speak to you soon.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the FIFG Masters English Open 2025, live from the Ashbury and Manor Resorts here at the Ashbury course. You join us on day 3, the final day of competition. This is where it all happens. This is where the winners are decided. This is where the trophies are handed out. You join us on another sunny day. Some light cloud just taking the edge off, but it is a little bit windier today. So that will come into play later on as the day goes on. As you're aware from previous footage, this is a hilly course. Some testing hole positions, so that will bring us some entertaining footage at least. What you're looking at the moment is the men here on the Oakwood course. We are set up today outside, not coming from the back of the media van. We are set up on hole 18 at Oakwood in the sun outside looking at all the action, so we can see what you're seeing now to our left. This is hole 1, Oakwood, and on the tee we have Alex Hewitson, Lee Bennett, Yasini Zineka and Daniel Mon, and this is our 10-16 tee slot. Again, we have cameras spread out all over the course for you for either live footage or recorded footage, so we get a maximum amount of coverage for you. Shortly we have some Senior Plus footage queued up from the Pines course to give you some of the early footage from half hour or so ago, but we will stay here and watch these tee off first. We also have some coverage I will show you from further up Oakwood, and we will bring you that with more commentary shortly. But we will concentrate here on the first tee at the moment, and we watch these tee off. Alex Hewitson, the familiar figure from London FootGolf. As we said yesterday, London being one of our newer club league teams, but here in force this weekend, and great to have them here. So George Anderson, our starter, is getting them ready, and we will come back to see those tee off. You can see from this other shot here that the course is in fantastic condition still, despite the hot weather. The grass is remaining lush and the ball travelling well. So Alex Hewitson on the tee. It's a tricky first tee shot. You'll see when we pan the camera around shortly that there is a pond on the left hand side. And the fairway also slopes right to left into the pond, so people need to be careful. Wide right is the play on this opening hole of the day. You can see the pond there on the left hand side, so that needs to settle a little bit. That should be all right there. The grass is a little bit longer down the bottom, so you can see that will give him a good opportunity to get further up the fairway with his next shot. That is A1 position. You can see it goes uphill all the way. It's a long hole. You're not going to get there in 2. Nobody's getting there in 2 today. This is a par 5 to start. It does give birdie opportunities. There was quite a few birdies here yesterday, including from our leader Ben Clark. So as a reminder, later on today when the leaders go out, which will be after 12 noon, we have the 3 top groups going out at 12:08, 12:16 and 12:24 if you want to follow those through. But as a reminder, Ben Clark has a 5-shot lead coming into this final day at 15 under par after those first 2 rounds, shooting 64 and 63. So some incredible scores. And then we have Artur Sipacek in second place at 10 under. A great round of 65 yesterday. And then Halfdan Roth from Norway. Again, incredible round of 64 yesterday after a slightly disappointing 69 on his opening day at 9 under. Bobby Hopkinson, one to watch in tied third. So he is in that lead group at 9 under par. So that makes up the top 4. But just below them is also Mick Eardley on 9 under, Alexander Allenbring on 9 under, Tom Spink on 8 under, and others on 7, including Englishman Steve Bastin. So it's going to be a fight. Can Ben retain the lead? Can he extend the lead? Can the others in the chasing pack catch up, or will they be fighting for the remaining podium positions? So lots to bring you as the day goes on, so stay with us. As I said, we have multiple cameras out on the course, and we will bring you that action as soon as we can. So you can see there, unfortunately, someone did go in the pond. We'll wait to have a look, but I believe that was Daniel Mon, but we'll wait to check when everybody moves out of the way. Yep, that is Daniel Mon, unfortunately. So what happens there? If his ball did go in, it will be a 1-shot penalty. It's a yellow and red staked hazard rather than out of bounds. So 1-shot penalty, and then he can put his ball to the side within 2 meters of the penalty line. So he will be playing for 3 from there. So he's going to need 2 big hits and hopefully a tap in to save his par, but tough opening hole. You'll see Alex Hewitson, a big second shot right up the middle of the fairway, and then you can see top right of shot, you can see the flag. It doesn't look to be fluttering up there. I think it's protected by the wind, but the flags down here certainly are waving strongly this morning. So Yasini Zenka to play next. Again, big follow through. Really trying to get that ball running up the hill as much as possible. And then Lee Bennett, a big striker of the ball, one of our English players who's been very successful over the last year or two. His son plays in our junior section as well. Has been doing well over the weekend. So again, just trying to keep it low. Make sure the wind doesn't affect it and chase it up that right hand side. So Daniel Mon to play. Again, the uphill lie just sends it a bit right, which it tends to do. For those of you still fairly new to FootGolf, it is very, very much like golf. Probably 90% golf, 10% football. You can see we wear socks up to the knees and tailored shorts, collared polos. And just like golf, an uphill lie like that will generally pull to one side. So you do have to be careful. The rough will be different to the fairway. Uphill lies, etc. You can see that one from Alex making it up onto the green. And you do have to get it up onto that top tier. There's quite a false front there. So if you don't make it up, it is running back a long way to you. So while we wait for them to go up, we will flick over slightly further ahead to hole 5. And we can see some of the action. And this camera angle is not actually intended for this hole, but it's great that we can pick it up as well. But you can see the right to left slope on the green. So Max Baker playing out of Gatwick, England, playing up to the hole. As you can see, that's already gone right to left as it came in. So fantastic weight, but not quite the line there. So Max will come in and tap that one in. So we will see who else is in that group. And again, just the slope of the green on that one showing that it's very, very difficult. Trying to get underneath the hole there for that straight uphill putt would be ideal. Apologies, that wasn't Max Baker. I believe that was James Innes, because that was Andrew Stratford that just finished off that hole there. So back on one, they are up the top. Later on we will have a camera up on 18 following the groups coming down the danger hole. We watch these putt out while we go and flick down the course. As you can see, another danger lead hole, and unfortunately that one has gone straight in the water. So there is a path over the edge there, but it is fraught with danger. It's definitely one that you're better off playing out wide and then coming in from. Apologies, we just seem to have lost that there. Here we're back. You can see the extent of the course we can cover from up high on this one. Just panning round to check what we have. And there is the tricky hole later on as they come down. You would have seen they pan round the whole fairway. So again, you can see the wind on this one more than here at the first couple of holes on Oakwood. I'll see these players come up in a minute to finish off, but we'll flip back. This is Daniel Mon trying to save his par after going into the pond. Across the green, right to left. Fortunately, it just slides past the right hand side. So Daniel will just finish off. We'll get that out of his system and move on. So Jezi Zenica, play across the green. You can see it's just gone past, put it down and marked it. So let's see what Alex Hewitson can do. As down the bottom in the shot we can see James Bryce, also known as Brycey. Someone even referred to a Scotch egg last night when he takes his cap off, but we wouldn't want to repeat that. So, as promised, while we wait for these, we are looking to get a camera up on this green for you as well, so we will be able to get a tee off and continuation through the hole. We will bring you the footage we promised earlier from over on Pines. These were the early groups from the Senior Plus category, so we will bring you that now. So, here we are. This is the shot looking back at Pines 1 for the Senior Plus, just slightly earlier today. Again, you can see the fantastic conditions we have. Again, tricky opening shot. There is the path and some danger on the left. You don't want to go too far left. That middle fairway is obviously the ideal play, and you can see the white stake there on the right hand side. Signalling out of bounds, so you do need to be careful. This course is littered with danger, and the scores reflect that. If you are looking at our scores on Blue Golf, and there are links on Facebook, on our FootGolf Association of England page on Facebook, you will see there are lots of different scores. This event has over 300 people competing, and therefore we have amateurs and newcomers and juniors, women, men, seniors and super seniors. So there's going to be a variety of abilities. But even within the men's category alone, you would have heard and seen that Ben Clark is at the top at 15 under par after 2 rounds. But there are others that are equally 15 over par after 2 rounds. So this is the good thing about this sport. It takes all sorts, and those are looking like very good tee shots. Again, as you can see, there are buggies here. Everybody uses a buggy this weekend. There are cart paths all the way around all of the courses here at the massive Ashbury Manor Resort, and all of our courses have courses for the players. 2 players per buggy means they can put their bag in there. They keep plenty of water, so they don't have to carry their bag and any heavy equipment around, and saves their poor little legs as well. So they're here to benefit the players. They have to walk to their ball from the path, the cart path, and that is all they need to do. So looking at the shot here, all just weighing up their next shots. Just spotting some familiar faces on there, trying to pick up who they are. This looks like the 3rd lead group from the Senior Plus category. And this whole one, again, it's all left to right. You'll see when we get through to the green in a minute that, again, there is danger. Again, plan up this left-hand side. It all filters back round to the middle. That left-hand line there is good for the approach. The downside of that is that you're going through the rough, and you can see that ball slowed up very, very quickly. Whereas this shot is on the fairway. Yes, it drifts over to the right-hand side. That's probably gone too far to the right-hand side, but the ball does travel a lot further when it's on the fairway, obviously. Goes without saying. So the choice here, do you get less distance in the rough at the top of the course and have a better line in, or do you get closer using the fairway but have a trickier line in from that low position on the right hand side? So this is the high position from the rough that we were talking about. Very good strike, keeping it high left, and you can see everything's going to fade down to the right hand side there. So the high position will run down. It will get to the edge of the green, but then you've got that long putt across coming that left to right. Everything's going to track down to the low position, whereas this is a lot straighter. You'll have a lot more of a straight shot. Should be able to track along the green a little bit more here. Good morning to everyone watching live on YouTube in high definition. Down the bottom there is the familiar character of Mustafa. And Mustafa plays out of Gatwick and plays with the Northern Cyprus flag proudly. He is a lovely guy and a gentleman. Unfortunately, despite all of those positive qualities, that shot probably wasn't one of his best. So as I said, live on YouTube in HD. We've had some fantastic numbers over the weekend, so we appreciate you tuning in and listening. And thank you for the feedback on my own commentary and that of Paul Bolton. Mostly positive. We will take everything on board, so thank you for that. It's great to see Sam McGoldrick tuning in as well, and wishing Carl McGreechin good luck in the juniors. Alfred, I'm not sure where your dad, which course he's on, which is hole 7 or 8, but we will be picking up from all over the course. We're not going to run a camera out specifically for your dad, but keep an eye on the footage and he may appear later on. So again, that position, especially left-footed, and that ball will turn hard right now. That's going to be a very, very good shot. It should just track slowly down towards the hole still, and that is a fantastic position to leave the ball in. Straight along the line to the hole, no danger either side. That is the best of the lot. So left his ball just short of the green, but in a really good position to try and challenge. It'll be left centre, left edge of the green. He's gone very straight. That's probably going to fade off to the right hand side and sit in the rough, and unfortunately it's gone down the bank. There was a lot of green to play with there on that left hand side. I'm not sure why. I mean, he's pointing rather dramatically towards it, but there was no need for him to go that close. You can see this shot now much, much higher. It will come up and roll back down, but you've given yourself an opportunity. That was probably a little bit weighty, but it's probably a lot better than being further down the bank. So Mustafa managed to get up through the back of the green. Again, it's something you don't want to leave short. You need to make sure you get it up. And again, I bet you really wish you could go back to that previous position and just make sure that that was in a safe position. So, gone for the side foot, gets it up. And again, because of the position, it runs through the hole and off to the back of the green. So, Mustafa puts his ball back, adjusts that wonderful peak cap that he wears, and looks to line it up. Again, quite aggressive. It needs to go in, and it does. And a double fist pump from Mustafa, I think. And we give him the benefit of the doubt that that was an amazing putt. If it had missed left or right, he was back down the bank, but hit the pin, in it dropped, and a double fist pump from Mustafa. So we'll be very happy to recover from that lower position. So again, he would have seen Mustafa's line. It's gone right, and this has turned into a disaster hole. Gesturing angrily, but he would have seen where he was and the pace that it needed. It just needed a tap up and par, and somebody else has done exactly the same. This game is frustrating. It is difficult, but at some points you just need to realise that a tap up and tap in, or a tap par, is better than double bogey, and then he goes and sinks it from down the bottom. Would you believe it? So, a disaster hole avoided. He will take that and move on. Let's see if this next player can replicate it as well. Amazing. So what are the chances? Both of them overcooked their putt across the green, disappeared down the bank, and then both sink it from down the bottom. So Smuzzy now across the green. Again, let's see, that's the tap up and tap in. That's the safe option. Sometimes it's better to take a par or even take a bogey than risk anything too dramatic. So they will move on. And we will just flick back to hole 1 on Oakwood to see this group before we see those seniors back up next. So this is the 1040 group. Kete Andre Lee, Christopher Anderson, Nathan Apasami, and Kyle Brown. So 3 Englishmen in this group. Nathan on the left, Christopher Anderson on the right hand side, and Kato in the middle. Kyle Brown was slightly out of position after shot 1 and is not wearing red. So you'll know who Kyle is from this group. So Kyle recovered over to the left. He's managed to get it up. Just stopping short of that false front we talked about earlier. I think he was too far back to really attack it. But that will probably need to be marked. It's probably too risky. But again, it's up to the individual. There wouldn't be a penalty for this. It's not an advantage. It's not on the green. But you know, if it's in the way, again, so Christopher Anderson, Ando, as he's known, one of our Pedham Place players and England international. Just marking the other ball. Carl Brown pops out of the shadows with his fluorescent collar and fluorescent socks to mark his own ball, so the rest of the group can get moving. So again, not quite enough to get up to the top of the hill. And there's what we said earlier when we were on this shot. If you've either got to lay it up short, maybe into the shadows by the left edge of the bunker, or you've really got to get it up there. In between, it just isn't good enough. Otherwise, it's coming back. So, Nathan Apasami. Big strike up the hill. That uphill lie drags it right to left, and he's got to be careful that he doesn't come round the back of the tree on the left and come all the way down from there. That's just stuck on the left edge of the picture, you can see. So, Ando will look to swing this right to left, but starting off a lot further right, maybe even starting up towards that white square sign behind the green on the right edge of your picture, and bringing it in right to left and tracking the ball round with the shape of the green. So again, just starts it off slightly too straight. That's going to drag left from there. It is difficult trying to overstretch to get it up there. Is always going to have an impact on the quality of the shot. So that leaves Kato, whose ball rolled back slightly, but obviously now a lot closer. Playing his third shot. This is a relatively easy par 5 opening, but it still have danger. So you say over the front edge, over the back, tracking towards the back of the hole, and that will go left to right, drifting round the back. So while they do that, we will bring you some more of the Senior Plus footage from earlier. And here we are on hole 2 for the Senior Plus group, back on Pines. And Mustafa teeing off after his relative success on the last hole. That double fist pump we saw, showing how happy he was with the result. Again, just like golf, the order of play will be determined by who won the hole, or needing to go back to prior holes to see who goes first. As we said earlier, it's 90% golf, the course, the etiquette, the scoring, albeit that we don't have a handicap system. We have categories that we use, so everybody is playing in a category against other categories. You still see early in the day here, you can see the long shadows across the course. But the sun will get higher. It's already heating up here in the media studio outside on Oakwood 18, where the men will be finishing later. So that's just settled in nicely there for Mustafa. He'll be happy with that. Playing well, but always enjoying the game. He's always got a smile on his face, and as I said, a very polite individual, so good fun to be around. A little wave to the camera as they go past. It's a novelty for a lot of these players, perhaps not so those that are used to playing on tour, but we have 5 people with our Seth Conway media team. We have a cherry picker, we have a media centre with screens and decks, and lots of mobile and static cameras on the course as well. So it's a novelty for some. Some don't particularly like it and get a bit nervous on film. Others, as you saw there, and as you will see from Bobby Hopkinson in the lead group this afternoon, absolutely lavish the opportunity for the camera to be on them. So, just waiting for that to be marked. He'll take his run up now and try and swing it in. Again, left to right. There's a lot of air on that. He's got really underneath it. I think he probably lost some of his distance on that. I think it was just sat in the edge of the rough, so his foot's gone underneath it. And again, it's progressed. It's on the fairway. It's close to the hole, but probably not as close as he would have liked. So Mustafa in position, in a very good position. You'd like to think he can get this one relatively close. Again, you can see the distance compared to the others there because of that position. So just falling a little bit short and under the hole, but again, A1 position under the hole with an uphill putt is a lot better than being above the hole and missing and ending up back in the same position as you would have been already. And they're the sort of things that players need to really think about around here. A lot of them play their own local club courses or leisure courses and probably don't have to think about that. This is a course where you need to think 2 shots ahead. Where do you want to leave the ball? Is there a patch of rough that I need to get the ball to stop in, to stop it running away? Should I be aiming at the hole, or do I need to leave it below the hole to leave an uphill putt? And even bigger decisions like, do I risk this eagle with the Jeopardy? Do I risk this birdie? Or do I just keep satisfied that because it's a 54 hole event and I don't want to ruin my scorecard, I'm happy with a par, I'm happy with a bogey. At the end of the day, a number is just a number, and you're not playing the course, you're playing your competitors. And this is a tricky course. As we said, this is the FIFG Masters English Open 2025. This is the biggest individual FIFG event over the entire calendar for 2025. The most points available. So it has to be hard, it has to be tough. And that again allows the cream of the crop to rise. Despite the conditions with the wind today, despite the complexity of the course in some places, the names that you see at the top of the list are those that can master these courses and these conditions. And what a great experience for others. I know there are, players that have only played 6 months or a year that are playing club league that have, come out to this Masters event, and it's their first time experiencing anything of this size, and are absolutely loving the experience. What they will learn from this weekend is absolutely massive, going back to their local courses, going back to the English Tour and the national tour events that we have, and really learning from what they've picked up here this weekend. Mustafa to finish, and in it goes. So really solid hole again from Mustafa. He'll be happy with his play so far this morning. So again, a lower uphill position, but not giving it enough, so it's going to roll back slightly. But leaving it on the green there, that'll be an easy tap in from there. So, as they move away, I believe we will leave them for now. And we can transition back out to somewhere else on the course. So, back out to Pines, hole 5, I believe. And we also have a camera now up on green 1 on 18. So that is a very good shot, and if that stays there, he's going to be happy with that. It's a tough one to get in from all the way back there, but he got it up there. Give it enough. Just pop round the back, and that will be an easy tap in there.
I know you guys aren't in charge of this.
So as you can see, this is one of the Jeopardy holes. High risk, high reward. Low risk, but safe and dry, I guess we say. I believe that is Jan Frodger going into the pond and getting the ball. As we know from earlier in the round, that is the yellow and red staked area, so that is not out of bounds. That will be a drop and a penalty shot. So we will see this group putt out, and then we have some other cameras coming to you from tee box at hole 1 and up on the green on hole 1 as well, so we can see the end to end, which I think is important for viewer coverage. So you can see these others that have taken less jeopardy over on the left hand side by the bunkers means they are dry, there's no penalty shot. They now have a shot left to right, as you see, tracking across to the green. So Jan trying to use the outside of his right foot there. It's swirled round and gone into the bunker, so he will look to try and get up and down from there. The others looking at across the green. So the others in this group are Vincent Huber, Tom Underwood and the lovely Patrick Zimmer. So ball comes in from further down across the green. And it's actually gone in. We didn't quite see that on camera. The camera concentrating on these boys. I don't think, even I didn't notice there was one down the back out of shot.
Good birdie.
Apologies, my sound was off there, but you can see the next group coming through. You can see the how far back this camera is and how high up it is and how close we're able to zoom in to get that action, and the surrounding area of Oakhampton and the resorts with fantastic views from up here. So the course filling up nicely with players. We have another hour or so before the lead groups go out. We will take this opportunity to come up to hole 1 on Oakwood, and we can see this group play out. So here we are, back at hole 1 on Oakwood, and although you can't see us, we are down behind the trees in the top middle of shot there, far from those white flags you can see fluttering, which is down by the 18th green. We'll just flick back over to this group while there's some action. Again, a really tough green to work with. This is live from a group that's making its way round the course. I believe this is the group that is a fantastic shot, but not quite in. So this is the group of Paul Mullin, Youssef Nordin, John Wood, and Takiera Kumakara. Takaya just taking that shot, and just wide from Youssef, and you can see just as it runs past, it runs down, you can actually physically see the slope. So John Wood, a very nice umbro ball that I'm jealous of, just runs past the right hand edge, and it's unlucky for John. Some of those fast downhill putts are sometimes over read. I think you can play them a little bit straighter than you think, and again, anything aimed at the hole has a chance. If you're aiming wide of the hole, oof. So an intake of breath that we almost felt here in the studio there as that one snuck in. Sorry, this is Paul Mullin, Irish international and a lovely guy. Spent lots of time with Paul previously in the UK, in Ireland and abroad. And the frustration of Mullin showing there, but they move on. So we come up onto hole 1. So, as you will have seen, a few technical difficulties there. It seems we have 2 cameras overlaying in one, which is fantastic to look at, if a little confusing. So we're going to go back out to the early group of the Senior Plus and pick them up at hole 3. So we'll watch this through while we sort out the technical difficulties here and come back to you with commentary as soon as we can.
If you shoot the ball here, if you shoot the ball, no, flick.
So, as a reminder, this is the Senior Plus hole 3. Again, look at the conditions, look at the quality of the picture. We're very, very happy. Sat in our outdoor studio today, and Seth Conway Media has set up a position at the tee box on 1, so we'll be able to actually see them from ground level striking the ball, and then we will have coverage on them further up the hole as well. But let's carry on watching this Senior Plus. It's great to bring you footage from all areas of the course, and as things come to a conclusion here, we will have coverage of all of the leading groups in our categories. As a reminder, it will be women and Senior Plus from this course on Pines that you're seeing now, with the junior and senior on Forest, and the men filling up Oakwood as we speak. The early groups went off at 8 o'clock this morning, so, and are just coming down hole 18 now are the first groups. So the course is full to progress as we go. Hands on head there. I think as you can see, the position of this is fraught with danger. You can see all around, it goes from high to low. You just have to be very, very careful where you leave this one. So we'll watch this play out for another couple of minutes, and then we will track over to our camera shot on 1. That stays there. It's a very, very good shot indeed. That has left a simple tap in and actually gave himself an opportunity to pop it in there, so we'll be very happy with that. Mustafa will be looking to do the same. So just wait for it to be marked. Adjusting his belt, always immaculately dressed. So setting it back in. Looking to play, looking to get this close. Green, down the first level, move right to left from there, but not that far left. It's a little bit unfortunate there. I think it was a directional issue more than anything else. So just sliding past the hole again. Again, you have to be so accurate. Foot golf on paper always looks easy. Relatively small ball into a big hole. Kick ball in hole, as people say. But it's a lot more difficult when you bring in the fact that you're playing on a golf course, on golf greens. It's windy, it's hilly, it's slopy. Start to tap up, tap in. Right, just so we don't miss it, we will transition back over to watch them teeing off on hole 1. Come away from this Senior Plus. So you can see the camera angle we have here. Floor, seeing them tee off. This is the group containing Matthew Morgan that we saw yesterday. Includes Yuri Sizzler, Alan Parage and Martin Simonich. So this is the 11-12 tee time. Just a couple of minutes late. A few hold-ups, as you can imagine, with the pond there on the left-hand side. So we'll go up ahead to the group behind. A very, very strong group. This probably wanted to be a bit further up, but this is Evgeny Levchenko finishing off with Mattia Zabrini, Anthony Brolia and Tom Williams in this group. So you can see the group that's just teed off coming into picture. While we wait for it to do that, rather than bring you nothing, we have more footage from out on the course. See, we have cameras everywhere here for you today to bring you all the action, whether it be live or recorded footage to include all of the categories that we have. So this is one of the earlier tee-offs. This is a 3-ball of Athamain Maraben, Amin Ali from London and Marion Angel from London as well. So good group. They're just being a 3-ball. These should move quite quickly. These are behind the group of Tom Wood, Jerome Alicon and Damien Rogers in front. So we'll just wait for that to clear, and then we will pick up that group coming through on one shortly afterwards. So this is that complex of Oakwood over the back, where you're going up one side of the pond you see in shot, then you're coming down the hill to the hole just behind the tree here on the left hand side, and then the hole further down, hole 8 round the pond at the bottom of the hill. So as you can see, lots of camaraderie out on the course. People from all over the world coming here this weekend. We have Italians, French, Spanish, Portuguese, German. We have Malaysians. We have people from China and Japan, from America, from South America, including Argentina as well. So we are literally covering every part of the globe. A lovely group travelled over from South Africa as well. So we are blessed to be in such good company. This is looking like a great shot from Ali, just a bit heavy, falling under the hole. He's the person in his group there got a little bit excited, raising his hands. I don't think that was ever going in, but it's nice to get excited. So again, from that wide right position, it's downhill all the way. It is difficult to get it to stop. Inevitably finishing up underneath the hole and playing back up. So just while we're waiting for that, and before they arrive on the top of green here, we'll flick down to see these warming up and ready to go. So this will be the 11-20 group of Jakob Kamora, Arthur Ariel, Dave Shaw and Richard Mattioli. Rest assured, Richard, there are more bananas coming soon, but there are also some out on the course. So for those that are unaware, we have on hole 1 all courses lots of water and fruits, bananas, apples and oranges, and then they appear around each of the courses as well. Normally around hole 10, if we can, trying to keep everybody fed and watered on a hot day like this. People hydrated. So just as we wait, we will pop back down to the tricky hole around the water. See, I think they've just made their tee off shots, but as we saw earlier, it's so tempting to try and go over the water, and if the wind's in the right direction, it certainly can. But on this occasion, as you can see, lying flat on his stomach, trying to reach out to the ball, it goes in the water. So again, is the risk worth it? Probably not in most cases. That will be his third shot from that position. And he's just unfortunately placed the ball down and it's rolled back to the reeds. So back to hole 1. As you can see from just beside us, hearing our outdoor media centre, we'll call it. Probably heard the noise as well. So we'll watch these before we get up to hole 18. So Arthur Ariel, third off the tee, and that is a very good looking shot. What you can't see at the moment is that that is dead centre right of the fairway. That will allow a brilliant approach. So Dave Shaw here with his family this weekend, a lovely family from Gatwick, and a strong side foot passer of the ball, and that will sit nicely, not much distance but safe, well clear of the water, but we'll need 2 big hits now to get it up. So Richard Mattioli, our Italian Americans, although very American in the best possible way, always smiley and chatty, and that left foot shot has gone further than the others and sits again nicely in the middle of the fairway. Treacherous hole around the water. Off. And Matt Morgan, as we said the other day, winner of our darts competition. The entertainment we have here is all part of the FootGolf event, bringing everyone together. We had an opening ceremony with a very talented magician and the wonderfully talented Stilettos band. Mel Hopton, one of our directors' wives, and their band brought us some amazing music. And then Friday we had a darts competition, 32 people entering the darts competition, and in the hall there are other activities laid on by Ashbury that we are happy to attend. And then yesterday after play we had our annual hole-in-one challenge, where we are raising money for charity. Every pound and dollar that we accept for entry into the hole-in-one competition, 100% of that goes to charity. And then from our own money we pay out £1,000 to the winner of the hole-in-one challenge, and that was won by Yang Wang from China. We actually had 2 people from all of those that took part. There were multiple people with multiple entries, so they had a playoff. One hole closest to the pin blind shot competition, and Yang Wang come out on top to take home £1,000. So back to the footage. Dave Shaw's second shot tracking round the back of the lake, but safe. He tries to get a lot of height on this, and it needs to bounce up onto that high level we spoke about earlier, which it does. If it stays there, he'll be lucky. Just not getting enough. There was a lot of height on that. Probably needs to be a bit lower, but that'll settle in there. It won't come all the way down, and they'll have a good putt towards the hole. So we'll watch this hole play out as they continue to come up hole 1 here on Oakwood. This is a much better shot, going right through the back. There is protection at the back, and that is going to sit very nicely. The camera will pan out and show us exactly where it is in locations of the hole, which it does, and that gives a very good opportunity for a birdie. So in the next 10 minutes or so, we will have footage from our women category over on Pines, and we will bring you their opening shots from slightly earlier today, again to make sure everyone is getting that much needed and wanted coverage. So this one even better. They do drag right to left on this hole, but getting it right to the back does give you a really good opportunity. It's just getting it up there is the trouble. After a big downhill run, there is a very, very big uphill, multi-tiered complex of fairway and greens to navigate. So we're staying this. This is Dave Shaw. Again, just coming to have a look. And while he's coming to have a look, we will pan down to hole 1 and see Ali Dick tee off. No, that is Dan James. Apologies. I should have given it away. I was looking for the towel hanging out from his shorts, but it wasn't there. So that was Dan James teeing off. So back to Dave Shaw. Up across the green, just past the hole, but it should hopefully come back off of there and settle, and that will be very close to the hole. So back to the first hole. Wei Dong Wan, great left foot, socks pulled up right up under his shorts, possibly for comfort, possibly because of the sun. And then Ian Coxey. Great to see him back playing again. And again, 3 great shots down the middle of the fairway there. The tall structure of Dan James walking ahead. So back up to the hole 1, watching this group finish out before we get the women coming through. All finding a similar position across the back. It's all going to be about who can now finish these off, try and take their birdie chances, or whether it's a par on this tough opening par 5 hole. So we'll just see these finish off. then we'll transition over to the women category and see who we have from earlier today. So in it goes. So just finishing off. Arthur looking a little bit disappointed with that. So Richard Masioli uses the whole hole in the left edge, circled round, and in it goes. And away they go. So while they are finished, we'll come back down to hole 8, the lake hole. Let's see them trying to come round the lake. Oh my. Again, it's so tempting to try and cut the corner on the lake and just end up in the water. It just needed to be another 20 foot left. Just safely keep out of the way. Disappointing. And I think he's going to have to walk round and get the net. So, while they go fishing, we will transition across to see the start of the women's leaders and bring you this footage and see who we have. So this is the women category over on Pines. This morning it was the Senior Plus going off first, with the women in the middle, then the Senior Women, and then the Lead Senior Plus, and then the Lead Women. So those lead groups going off last. That would have been in the last half hour, 40 minutes or so. So that is the figure of Marit Schaap. So this is the first group of 3 groups of the lead women. So this group is Dora Kutcher, Marit Schaap, Lucia Sermichova, our world champion, and Daphne Siestra, and that will be followed by 2 other groups of women. And it's close. They will be all looking to see how closely they can get to each other by the end, so we'll track this through. I'll give you an update on some of the scores.
Okay.
And then later on we will bring you some of the leaderboards on here as well. I'll show you exactly what is going on now.
Juniors,
thank you for watching. We've been up into the 90s and 100s, continuously watching for our coverage. 6.5 hours of it yesterday and 7 hours of it on our busy opening day and pairs competition on Friday. So stick with us. We'll continue to bring you great high definition live coverage. Hopefully some good commentary to boot.
Yeah, no worries. Righto. So
let's just have a look at some of the early
Okay, cool.
movement.
Speak to you, Zach. Bye.
Obviously these league groups only just going out. Got 33 women here this weekend, which is amazing to see. And this Pines course being one of the tough ones, it's going to be very difficult to get a low score, not only from the women, from the men yesterday and from the whole weekend. This is the new course we have, despite it being called Pines. Forest was last year's Pines, and this is a new section of the course. So Jen Brothel started earlier on today and is 1 under par through 6 and brings herself back into the top 8. So Jen will be looking to make a move today, as will current world champion Lucia Sernikova. This is the group we were looking at now, so we will track this through. This shot just ending nice and safely on the edge of the green. Although it looks as though now they are closer to shot. This is the lead group of women. Apologies, this is the group of Rina Akasu, Rebecca Resner, Kelly Menzies and Claudia Nemkova, with Rebecca Resner on the left hand side of the shot there, and Rina Akasu playing up to the edge of the green. We've seen how dangerous this is from earlier today. That right hand edge just swallowing everything up and sending everything over a cliff edge. So it's all about control. Rebecca in a good position down the bottom to pass up and across. So Rebecca Resner. Big strong side foot, clears humps and bumps, moves up to the left, and that will turn back in right. That should swing down towards the hole from there, and that is absolutely class. It's a fantastic shot from Rebecca. She'll be very happy with that. That gives her a really, really good look from that part of the green. So this group all leaders overnight, and it was going to be tight. As a reminder, overnight last night, Rina Akasu and Rebecca Resner were both 3 under par, with Kelly Menzies 2 under par and Claudia Nemkova at 1 under par, with Tiffany Suss 1 under par. So all very close at the top. Everything to play for. This one could come down to the wire. Remember, there will be playoffs. This is a category A event. This is the Masters. So no ties, no countback. There will be a minimum of 1 hole to 3 hole playoffs for winners and podium places in all our categories this weekend. Today's event from earlier in the week actually went to a 1 hole playoff and penalty putts as well. So Rina Akasu on the front of the green needs to keep this left. Let the green and the ball do the work. Don't force it. Sends it off. Again, just not tracking far right, but it will swing round now. Well, it seemed to go through the break and not turn at all, so I would have expected to see that left to right, and I think she expected that left to right as well, but didn't quite go. So Claudia from the right hand side of our picture, putting across the fringe. It's got a bank in the way, it's just gone up over the bank, and that's just going to pick up speed and send it out onto the green. So a very, very difficult position to putt from. Almost impossible to get it in from there. but wants to give herself the best possible chance coming back. So, Kelly Menzies had a good day yesterday out in the lead group. Let's see what she can do today. So playing towards the hole. It's always just turning right slightly there. She'll pop that in. So Claudia, from that awkward position on the right, found herself back in towards the middle of the green. Putting back across. And Rena to finish up. This is Women Leaders Hole 1, and we will continue to bring you more footage of that as they move on to Hole 2. We transition back to the tee box on Oakwood 1. These groups are obviously moving up the leaderboard as we get stronger, and these next groups continue to do so. Just trying to look over to our left to see who is there. And this group includes Carl Baker-May, Josh Patton, Ali Dick and Thomas Vigna. So a very, very strong group indeed. And the group on hole 1, we're just having a picture taken by George Anderson there. And from my commentary position, the child that I am tried to photobomb in the background, but we will see how that comes out. So a very strong group indeed. We have this group here, and then we have the camera up on the green. And again, we have that tower footage with the difficult and treacherous, by the looks of it today, hole further up Oakwood with the lake on the right hand side. High risk, high reward. Boom or bust. That's the choice there, and there's a lot of people taking penalties from there today. So let's just bring you an update on some of the other scores from around the course. We will look at the Senior Plus category. Obviously the leaders going out a little bit later, but they are now through 4 holes. So we have a change at the top. Eric Hans had a good lead overnight at 5 under par, but unfortunately today is 2 over through 4 and has dropped back to 3 under, meaning Jose Guerrera, who is even through 4 today, is now 4 under and taking the lead. Saba Banzi remains in 3rd, 1 under par, despite the 1 over par performance today through 4. So those top 2 at 4 under and 3 under, holding a 2-shot lead over the rest of the field, down to 6th place, where our early leader from Friday and Friday, Marit Vitek, 6 in evens through 4. So while we wait for this, we'll continue with the action down on the lake hole, so you can watch this while we talk. Let's go and give you an update on the juniors. So they are all now out on the course and have played 4 to 7 holes. So the Spanish Amancio Cortines, the son of one of the Spanish players who had an outstanding day yesterday. He's 10 or 11 years old. He is diminutive, to say the least, compared to our 16 and 70-year-old juniors from England and Scotland and over the rest of the world. And he is now 2 under through 6 today, giving him a 2-shot lead overall at 6 under par. But that said, Jamie Hammond has even bettered that. 3 under through 6 today. Tremendous score from Jamie Hammond, putting him within 2 of the lead at 4 under par. Cole McGreechin is also 2 under par today and 1 under overall, with Connor Bennett in 4th at evens overall. So 6 shots separate the top 4, 5 shots separate the top 3. So those top 2 are really going to battle it out this afternoon. Amancio and Jamie. Jamie of Gatwick, and a very, very good player like his father. We picked up the women leaders through hole 1, and we have hole 2 footage to bring you shortly. From elsewhere on the leaderboard, as I say, it's really, really tough conditions out on the course this afternoon, and anyone outside of the top 4, nobody has actually gone under par today from the women's competition, given the toughness of the course. We'll just flick over to the men just very, very quickly whilst they are still out on the course, to see anyone that's made any impact or movement today. Aim Cabrera of Spain is 2 under through 8, which is a very good start, but the standout so far from Switzerland is Vincent Huber, who is 4 under through 10, which is an absolutely massive score here on Oakwood. So he'll be pleased with that. It puts him up into the top 50 at 3 over par, but 4 under through 10 is a very, very good score. Others coming in at 1 and 2 under par, but tough conditions out there again today. There will be many people will be hard pushed to go under par, but we will be looking at the leaders a little bit later on and expecting them to show their quality and rise to the top. So we'll just go up to the top here as we were before. That's John Neal in shot, who started out on Pines extremely well. Slipped back a bit since, but that's a good finish putt to see out hole 1 on Oakwood. And he walks on. So this is a perfect opportunity, while we have a small gap in play, to bring you women hole 2. And we can see that on screen now. So we will wait for those to come through into shot. We have the camera up here on the green, and we will watch them come through and give you commentary as they come round the corner. So apologies, here now is the women leaders on hole 2. We have all of this footage to bring you from their hole 2. That previous one was back on Oakwood 1. We have now got the women leaders hole 2 for you. So we will see these through. We said it's going to be a very, very close contest this afternoon. Pines 2 runs fast down to the right hand side to the edge of the tree line, and then they will pay him back up from there. So Kelly Menzies again drills that nice and low, getting lots of top spin on that Euro pass and running down the fairway. That will settle back down on the right hand side. But again, even more so than golf, I think the importance of being further up the fairway is important here. It definitely allows you to see the lines and the slopes of others, and potentially give you a helping hand with your line. And of course, the etiquette is not to stand behind somebody and watch their line, obviously, but just to be able to see how that works and how that transitions. So walking back up to their balls for their third shots.
Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Just Carlos. I saw you walking down there, so
Yeah.
shitting out. How far is that roll?
Yeah.
So just walking around the back of the balls
Yeah,
there,
that's fine,
not
yeah.
to tread on other
Yeah.
people's lines.
Yeah. Okay.
And Rina Akasu to play.
Yeah, sounds good. Cool. Yeah, no worries. See you in a sec.
So Rebecca Resner, big shot up towards the hole. You can see those others have all faded down. Rebecca tending to take a much higher line. Swinging back in. That is a very, very good shot. It's going to be a tricky putt from there, but it's getting close to the hole as we speak. And closer. And again, just going to run past the hole. Gave it every possibility. But unfortunately, that will now come back and be an uphill putt. Thank you again for watching this morning, and as we enter the afternoon, This FIFG Masters English Open 2025 brought to you by the Ashbury and Manor Resorts course for the FootGolf Association of England. And we are here with Seth Conway Media, bringing you live HD video footage from all over the course. Again, it's just such a tricky uphill position. Running through the back, tend to catch a little bit of the rough and maybe able to come back at the hole from behind. But that uphill putt straight up underneath it is definitely the best way to go. So we'll let this play out for a minute while we move another camera, and I will leave you with this for a couple of minutes.
$45.
So okay, I think that's on it. Cool. This is battery.
So they will putt out on this very, very tricky hole indeed.
I think we're on recorded.
And they will move on
Okay.
to hole 3.
So
And we will bring you more coverage
go back.
as the afternoon progresses. Very talented group, but not unsurmountable from the others to reach. So
Unless I go and get Jake now, swap Jake now.
in the media centre, transition back over to Oakwood. This is the camera coming up to hole 1. And while we wait for them to play out, we will go back to Oakwood. Sorry, we are on Oakwood. We'll go back to the pond and have a look back at hole 8. This tricky pond hole. This is the one that is causing all sorts of issues for people today, all wanting to take the tightest line possible, but really struggling. So we can see the group on the green ahead and another group waiting on the tee box. So this is Julio Yepes, Torger Motland, Peter Klucker and Luke Phillips. Luke is just measuring this one up now. And that pops in the right-hand side as well. So they will move on, and we will stay with this footage to see Kyle Brown on the tee in the lower part of the picture. A big hitter and one that's likely to go for it rather than not. Again, over, but drags it wide left. That will probably miss both of those bunkers, or maybe just catch the second one. It's not a bad putt across from there. I think he was probably aiming to go more over it than he did. So next on the tee box here is Nathan Apasami. And that goes very, very high. Just catches the downslope, unfortunately, from the other side of the lake and sends it down. But that, again, is harmless there. That will sit nicely. So this group also contains vice captain from Pedham Place Foot Golf Club, Christopher Anderson, Ando, who's on the tee box now. He'll be using a tee for this. And I imagine that he will completely avoid the lake here. It's not worth the risk. He's just checking his ball is behind the line. And over it goes. Slightly straighter than the other two. Avoiding the worst of the slope, so it doesn't kick back as left as far, but it's picked up pace down that hill, unfortunately, and it's been swallowed up by the bunker. Not the worst place. That will sit safely in there. It will allow, again, a cross green shot from left to right as we're looking, and we've seen those go in before, so not the worst place. So last on this tee box, Kato Andre Lee, who's gone left foot, and you can see the difference that makes. Swinging in around the outside, and that is a very, very good shot indeed. Didn't quite have the power of the others. I'm not sure if he's a natural left footer, but swung it in round the corner, but left himself a very, very good birdie putt. So while they walk down, we will flick back to hole 1 on Oakwood as Andre Ivan, with the familiar plaited, dreaded hair, very powerful figure and big kicker, nice guy, tries to play up to the hole and leaves it in a very, very handy position indeed. So he will walk round and mark that. Have a look, have a think, see what needs to be done. So I believe this is Alessio Gambaldini from Italy, but I am guessing from behind. He stayed straight all the way. It will turn after the hole, but not a lot before. Using a Europass ball, one that's seen less frequently, but it's still a very, very good ball for foot golf purposes. Oh no, there's Gambaldini, so that was not him. Apologies. This light, it's very hard to see sometimes. Again, just past the hole. A little bit of tap in coming back. So Andre Ivan finishes off.
5 and 4.
Finish?
Oh.
So apologies with the lack of commentary there. Ben Clark came over. Obviously not going to get an interview from him before the last round, but just showing him the setup and the equipment here. And having a good chat to get his thoughts ahead. He did well on Oakwood last year. I think he likes the course. He has a good lead, but he's obviously aware of the chasing pack, and Carlos Calvo has made it very clear to more than a few people today that he expects to try and chase. Carlo Calvo obviously being last year's champion and absolutely loving the Oakwood course. He's a guy that does very, very well in difficult conditions, windy conditions, wet conditions. So he will look to really make an impression on this that lead group. Not far away, but Carlos Calvo is in the third lead group today, so that will be coming up shortly with Carlos Calvo, Steve Bastin, Samo Moranasek and Ures Kranjak. They will be followed by Mick Erdley, Alexander Allenbring, Tom Spink and Pat Huber, and then the lead group at 12:30 today of Ben Clark, Arthur Sipchik, Halfran Roth and Bobby Fischer. So we will bring that to you. As we look at this, we will flick back to hole 1, if I can get everything working, and see Carlos Calvo take that left foot shot. And a powerful left shot it is, up towards the tree line on the right of the fairway and tracking back round to the centre. We will come back to that when it's a little bit less jittery. We go up to the green side at hole 1 and follow this through. To close out this hole. We will flick back and see if this camera is steady enough to see these tee-off shots. Samo in the white, and Uros last to tee off on this hole. Apologies for the slightly broken picture, but we will watch this last tee off shot. And we will go back to hole 8, the green on 7, and then hole 8 as I pop down to the first tee just to adjust that camera and see if we can get that stable for you for the last 2 men's groups. Stay with us for the next 15 to 20 minutes or so to see those last 2 groups tee off, and we will see those out all the way through hole 1. Back soon. So lots going on here in the media studio. As you see, the third lead group of men coming up Oakwood. This is Carlos Calvo's third shot from under the tree. He likes to bring it in from this side to give himself an angle of attack at the flag. This is par 5, so an eagle shot from over here. And it's a chip and run. It needs to get up the hill. It just turned left off of that, unfortunately. That first bounce absolutely killed the pace. It just landed in the wrong spot and therefore took all the pace out of it. I believe it stopped. If not, he can call it now. So as a reminder, anything on slope or the green in that way, if the ball actually stops, you can call stop. And then if it rolls again after, you can put it back. But going straight in for the birdie putt. And that needs to go as well. Needs to travel. It's going to be a tentative and safe par for Carlos Calvo. I think he would have hoped for better. As I said, he's made it very clear that he is looking to challenge and attack the leaders today. So we are now going to stay with these men. Steve Bastin from Gatwick, great player and nice guy to be around. Will look to close this out. And just drifts wide. Again, disappointed. You've got to be really looking at trying to get a birdie on this hole if you want to challenge. Those par 5s are not what these leaders will be looking for. So, Urus from the edge, taking his time, reading the line, send it on its way and safely in the hole. That was going nowhere other than dead centre. And Samo to finish. And they will move on. So the next groups are halfway up first hole already. And as we said earlier, this next group is the penultimate men's group here today at the FIFG Masters English Open 2025 at the Ashbury and Manor Resort, brought to you by the FootGolf Association of England. Bring you the best possible coverage via Seth Conway Media this afternoon as I look up to hole 18 and those finishing, including our very own Rob Mucklow, who's finishing and might come over to say hello in a minute, give us an insight into what the course is like today. So Rob Mucklow has kindly agreed to come over once he has finished off his round. Come and give some insights into what it's like out there on Oakwood today. So that ball sitting very high up on the bank on the right hand side. I'm not sure he meant to do that. So, Tom Spink in an ideal position here to get up for through 3. Outside chance of an eagle and a good chance of a birdie, you would think, for Tom. Strikes it very well high on the bank. It needs to turn in now. If that comes off, that is an absolutely fantastic shot. It just lost a little bit of pace where it was so far right, but if that settles there and doesn't move, he's left himself an outside chance of birdie. You probably would have wanted that a little bit closer, but it's still a chance nonetheless. As we watch these finish off. So out of the bunker, that one. Again, that caught the slope well. Hasn't taken too much of the pace out of it. The pace was very, very good indeed. Just a little bit more needed with the line. That was settling nicely. So we have coming up for you some junior footage coming in the next half hour to see how they've been getting on, but we will give you updates of scores on the others while we wait. So the overnight leader Yannick Bayer has gone 1 under through 7 today. To put himself at 9 under par. And obviously, as you realise, he had a very, very strong lead going into it. But bringing the challenge back, his compatriot Gal Petard is 3 under through 7 today for the seniors. That is over on Forest, and that puts him within 5 shots at 4 under par total. And then we have Marco Pinero, Stein Arnstad and William Morrison, last year's winner, all on 2 under and looking for at least a challenge for 2nd place. I think it will be very hard to chase down Yannick, but we will see as the afternoon progresses. So moving on to the women's section, we brought you coverage from the lead group earlier today, and we will be there for the final holes, but it is still very, very close at the top. The top 6 all still in contention and range between 1 over par. Lucia Sermikova at 1 over, Kelly Menzies at 2 over par for the day, but evens still overall, and then the 4 women under par. Claudia Nemkova 2 under total, Rebecca Resner 3 under total, Tiffany Suss 3 under total, and our leader Rina Akasu 4 under total. So only 2 shots separating the top 4 at the moment in the women's event, with 14 holes to go. You're still watching the hole 1 at Oakwood with Tom Spink looking for that birdie opportunity along the fringe. It's tracking well, but just drifted right, unfortunately. So whilst we watch the men and this close out, we will look at some of the movers today. Some of the early numbers are high on the leaderboard. Tom Williams is 3 under through 6 and doing well, trying to chase down that top 10 position, with Matt Morgan 3 under through 5, Yuri Sisler 3 under through 5, and Alan Parage 3 under through 5. So that group and the groups around them doing well. Everyone else in and around par, and Nathan Apasami 3 under through 9, as is Callum Haig. That is the extent of the movement. Everybody else is around par or over par as they work their way round the course this afternoon. So we cannot go back to the first tee because they are not there at the moment. We will continue to track these now lead group coming up the fairway. Bobby Hopkinson, those familiar fluorescent yellow socks. That is, ladies and gentlemen, Ben Clark coming out of the water. That is not the start that Ben Clark wanted to open this round. He's having to take a drop shot in the water already, opening up the possibilities for others to try and catch him. That will not be what he wanted. Maybe that will settle the nerves, make the concentration come again. But you can see the favoured position for all of these groups is getting the ball to stick over on this rough on the left hand side, and then getting that line under the tree, over the bunker, chasing up those tiers that we have, and running over to the back for the flag. So as a reminder, Ben Clark had a 5-shot lead coming into this over Artur Sipacek, and then just behind Halfdan Roth and Bobby Hopkinson, also Mick Erdley and Alexander Albrecht with 9. So only 2 shots actually separating second down to 7th, and others still within reach. So Bobby Hopkinson, big hit. First bounce takes some of the speed off it, but the top spin releases it, and this is going to be relatively close. So it's not an eagle for Bobby, but that will sit very, very close to the hole, and that will be a great birdie chance for Bobby Hopkinson. As we just saw, Ben Clark just went into the water off the tee on hole 1, opening up the chance for others to potentially claw back some advantage. So whilst we play this out, we will get Rob Mucklow from the FootGolf Association of England. He's been a busy boy this week. Rob, welcome to the studio. Firstly, how was your round? And we don't have to talk about that much if you don't want to. But how was the course?
Course is good. Course is very good out there. It's dry, very dry as well. Difficult to get the ball to stop in places, but you're punished for bad shots, so you've got to play sensibly. You really do have to play sensible foot golf. Yeah, and sometimes the saying is boring foot golf. Yeah, and I think that's essential today.
Yeah, we've said it before. You know, we joke that Chris Hopton plays boring foot golf, but
of course
there's a much higher level of boring foot golf as well. And we was talking to the viewers earlier about this, and it's, you know, you're looking to, rather than challenge for a birdie, you'd happily take a par on a lot of holes out there.
100%. I mean, there is a couple. I myself, I was happy to take a bogey on a couple, but that's just me because I haven't got the distance from some of the kicks. So you know, it's my perspective of things of what I need to do on a hole, and you just got to take what you can.
Are the winds playing a part in this as well today, Rob?
I must admit, I've played out there and I didn't get much of this wind, so this wind has actually picked up as the day has gone on, so it'd be interesting to see if it picks up any more. If it does, that will definitely come into play, especially across greens. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Yeah,
it's picked up a little bit, but it's been windy down here for the last hour and a half. I think some of the rest of the course is probably a little bit protected, but so again, the flag up on 1 you can't see moving at all. The flags down in front of us are obviously fluttering, and you can really feel it. So it might be a bit more protected up there, but like you say, it's a firm ground. Just saying that, you know, all of the leaders coming up the first hole are playing over to the left-hand side, almost under the tree, sticking it in the rough. Yeah, there's very, very similar shots being played by the top players. You see Ben Clark walking up to his ball there. So after that drop, that will be a par shot from there, I am guessing. So he's going to have to do well. And thoughts ahead for the rest of the day, Rob, on what's happening out there, what potentially we could see?
We could see. I mean, I was just looking at the leaderboard. Yeah, I mean, the guys up there, I mean, they're all in contention. I mean, if Ben's leading, 5-shot lead, but the pack behind him. I mean, if he makes mistakes like hole 1, which is uncharacteristic of him, to be fair. He's probably got his head back on after that. So
Yep.
I mean, but the other guys will be hunting him down. They'll see this on the card. They'll have a bit of inspiration.
Yeah,
but
might just give them that glimmer of hope.
Yeah,
As we said, there's only 2 shots between 3rd right down to 15th.
Exactly. I mean,
so they're all fighting
podiums
for
are
podium.
anyone's. Yeah,
they're all
exactly.
fighting for a podium. They're all fighting for 2nd or 3rd. But if Ben continues to make the odd mistake here or there, it's that that optimism of others.
I don't expect it from him, to be fair. I mean,
No.
he's Mr. Consistent.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with him off of radio, obviously. I didn't want to put him on the spot before his round, but he seemed in good spirits. He enjoyed Oakwood last year and seemed fairly confident going into it. So thank you for joining us this afternoon, Rob. Go and enjoy some lunch and a rest.
Thank you.
And we'll see you back out here later on.
Will do. Thank you.
So Ben Clark for the par after going in the water. And it just runs past the hole. So that will be an opening bogey for Ben Clark after going in the water. Lots going on here today, so this will be difficult to see through. But I guess that will be a small blip in an otherwise good round for Ben. But as I say, we will progress that. We will see that as we carry on. So after this hole, we are going to take a short break. We are going to readjust our cameras and we are going to get in position to bring you all of the leaders as they come through. We will be out on Pines, we will be out on Forest, and we will be following these through Oakwood. So for now, from the FIFG Masters English Open 2025 from the Ashbury and Manor Resort, with coverage from Seth Conway Media, we will leave you for now with those pictures, and we will come back to you in the next half hour, 40 minutes or so for finals coverage. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, orange ball. Cool, nice one. Right. Cool, alright. I'll watch this lot go and then I'll see the other guys. Go back to the other guys. Okay, cool. Thank you. See you in a bit. Bye. Bye.
Thank you for bearing with us. As you can see, we have live footage of the leaders group still coming through too. And as you will have seen, Ben Clark put it in the water on hole 1, dropping a shot on the field with Arthur Sipchik and Halfdan Roth parring the hole, and Bobby Hopkinson starting with a birdie. So the lead is 4, but the closing pack grows bigger with only 3 shots now between 2nd and 12th overall, with Harry Gill showing some of the early form from Friday with 2 under through 5 and back up to 6 under overall as well. Carlos Calvo unfortunately 1 over for the day, but Borja Calvo, his compatriot from Spain, 3 under through 5 and making a jump up the leaderboard. So anyone from the top 20 at the moment has a chance of a podium position. We are going to look to bring you some footage from across the course. We're going to have a camera on 18 that's going to show some of the other men's groups coming through, but importantly we have some junior action. We have our lead junior groups footage to bring you. This is from hole 7 and 8 around the course, so we will tee that up for you in a minute and we will get that working. But as we said, here is a static camera on hole 18 that will just show you other groups coming down as we get that other footage ready. While we wait for those to come down, we can go on to hole 3 of Oakwood and see the lead men teeing off. So the fact that Ben Clark is teeing off after his bogey on 1 means that he would have won the 2nd hole, and we'll bring you that score as soon as the leaderboards update, but that will be positive for Ben. And just a reminder to the rest of the field, that they need to do well. So the rest of the field seemingly either a par or a bogey for Bobby Hopkinson on that hole. So hole 2 proving a little bit tougher. So Ben Clark 1 under for the round, Arthur Sipchik 1 over for the round, and Halfdan Roth and Bobby Hopkinson even overall. But just 1 hole in front of them, Nicholas Piscini is 2 under after 3, and Finn Paulson 2 under after 3. So it is literally all to play for. We are not even trying to make this up or make it exciting for you. It's happening. This is going to be close and this is going to be dramatic. So stay with us. So this hole goes down from right to left. The idea being to get past that bunker on the left hand side there and not in it to open up the flag, which you can see in the distance is on the right hand side, tucked in tight. So you need to be able to open that up with an angle from the left. These players are more than just kicking a ball. They are continuously thinking about where to place the ball for the best positions for 2nd and even 3rd shots. You have to think ahead. The preparation that goes into these isn't just turning up and kicking a ball. It is the fact that they have practice rounds. They make notes. They will even walk the courses in between other rounds to really work out what they need to do. So lots going into it. And not everyone does that. Some play it more for fun. They don't practice. They might know the course before, but these top groups will be meticulous over their preparation. So we'll just wait for these others to play through to the green. Ben Clark next to play from just behind the bunker. And that goes a long way right. Again, not what was intended. A very, very loose shot from Ben Clark. Looking to get onto the green. Looking to get over that ridge. So Bobby Hopkinson's ball up and over the ridge and down the other side, and it's difficult to get it to stop the other side. But he has a putt down towards the flag with lots of protection behind, and Ben does not. Going to be a battle here today. The wind playing a part, as we said earlier, and as Rob Mucklow alluded to during our interview. So we will see what this brings. So stay with us. We have the team going out onto the course to get into position for those final holes of the final groups of every category. To see what that brings. So, the final player of the group chooses the side foot approach up over the hill again, and that will stay a little bit further right. It's taken a different track to Bobby. Comes back round into the rough and will settle down there. So, both good chances. Not the easiest, but we will see what Ben can do from the other side. So, half down Roth gets it onto the green and will tap in. But you will see out of position on the right hand side. Ben Clark looking to get over the mound and down the other side. Again, uncharacteristic shot, loose out to the right hand side. Up over the hill and across the green. So we are only on hole 3, but a trip into the water, a mistake, and what is now looking like a very, very long putt. That is going to be almost impossible from that angle, but we will see. This needs to go. And the body language tells you immediately that that did not go. Ben will come up and tap in. And Ben will have a little think about what he needs to do. So Arthur just putting his ball back after moving it out of the way. Taking his time, reviewing the line. And in it goes. Be happy with that. So, can Bobby emulate that? Close in another shot on our leader, Ben Clark. As we said, we will bring up the lead junior groups after this. Bobby looking as though that has just run past. He's a little bit disappointed. And he's run past, not significantly, but just needs to make sure of this. And he does. So they are through 3 holes. The lead has narrowed and the excitement builds, but we will now move over to the lead junior groups coming through hole 7. So these are over on the Forest course. A reminder, our lead junior group. This is Amancio, Jamie Hammond, Connor Bennett, Carl McGreechin. That is Connor Bennett you see playing there down the fairway. This again is going to be an exciting finale. Amancio proving that age does not matter even in the junior category. Came in overnight with a 3-shot lead over Jamie Hammond and a further 2 back, a 5-shot lead over Carl McGreechin. With Connor Bennett making up that top 4. They remain the top 4 through these holes, so we will see how they get on. So, Amancio, and you can see his diminutive style, but the quality is already there, embedded from training and having a foot golfing father. Jamie Hammond out on the right hand side, Connor Bennett centre shot now.
Alright. Cool. Yeah.
So that ball just being marked, Connor Bennett to play.
Yeah. Literally,
This is
I'll
a
just
good
pan the camera
looking
around, yeah.
shot. just a little bit shy on pace, but
is
tracking
there.
dead on line towards the hole.
The hole is literally right behind me. Up here.
So Jamie
Yep,
would
no
have
worries.
seen that. Hamo Jr.
Yep.
His father, obviously, a very good foot
Yep, no
golfer
worries,
as
that's
well.
fine.
Both
Cool.
are playing
Lovely
out
job,
of
no worries.
Gatwick.
See you in a bit. Bye.
The red shirt gives that away today. So, just taking his time. Wait for it to be marked. Stride into it. Stepping into the ball. A bit of firm push. A little bit of air. Just taking the friction away from running across the grass the whole time. Climbs the front. Tracks across the green. But again, just coming up a little bit shy as they're wary of the low bank at the back and it running off the back. But that is a very, very good shot from Jamie. So, Carl McGreechin, again, strong side foot, would have seen all of the other three of those. It's a higher bank on this left-hand side, whether that was intended or not, but that will run up and then back towards the hole, albeit slightly shy, but that gives him an opportunity for sure. So, Amancio just marking the ball. I think it's Connor next to play. Starts it out right. It should drift back left. And it does, but only just after it gets to the hole. It's definitely more of a straight line there than he and anyone else anticipated. So just working out who to play next, and it's Kyle McGreechin from this left hand side with the 1v1 Triero to the hole. It looks a bit shy, unfortunately just a bit short. The line looked good, but unfortunately didn't get there. It's got to get there to be in. And it goes in. So Jamie Hammond with an attempt. Over the putt, concentrating, send it towards the hole. The pace looks good. Oh, but it just drifts underneath the hole. So he will just take his time, finish that off, make sure. And Amancio now to play. And they move on to hole 8, which we have ready to go straight into. Okay, I've just been told we have leaders coming up 4 and on to 5. So we will transition across for you, take you to that live action on the tee box. And here we are. We will refresh the leaderboard for you on the men's category and bring you an update on where they are. Thank you. And then we have the junior hole 8 to bring you afterwards, making sure that we're bringing you footage from all of the categories here this afternoon. So they're just waiting on the tee to clear the tee box ahead. Ben Clark did par hole 2, but what we missed there was the bogey on hole 3. So Ben Clark is now 2 over after 3 holes. And that lead of 5 is now narrowed to 3. Mainly because Nicholas Puccini is 4 under through 5. It is now 10 under par, jumping 10 positions this morning, straight up into tied second place with Arta Sipacek, who is even through 3 in the league group. But Finn Paulsen of Norway is 3 under through 5 and broken the 9 under barrier, alongside his compatriot Halfdan Roth in the league group, and Bobby Hopkinson is even through 3. So they are all on 9 and 10 under, and Ben on 13, and a big group on 8 under behind. So everything to play for. We have the next hole or 2 from these lead groups, probably hole 4 and 5, and then we will bring you another hole from the junior section. That was Mick Eardley just finishing off in the group ahead of the league group, as Tom Spink puts his ball down and tries to close out this hole. Lots of Jeopardy and water on Oakwood, and some long par 3s to really test the mettle of our competitors here this weekend. So Tom just missing that wide. To finish off. With Patrick Huber to finish up before this lead group tee off. In safely from Huber, and that penultimate group move along, which means the green is free for the lead group to come through. And looking back from the camera, you can see the treachery involved. This is a long par 3, and a lot of water to carry. So given Ben Clark's bogey and the fact that others are even, it will go back to the prior hole. So Arta on the tee, driving it hard and low, up, bouncing through the bunker that's before it, and just sitting behind the mound, but a very good shot all the same. That will put him in a good position to get up and over and down in 2 from there. So next up, Halfdan Roth. Looking to do the same. Looks like it's gone a little bit wider maybe, but that will sit behind there and give him a shot up and over. It's gone very wide indeed, and just in there, one of our helpful marshals just keeping an eye on this group. Again, an even wider line from Bobby Hopkinson. That's the safe play. Keep it wide, get up and over, and try and get it in. So Ben Clark off the tee, right to left, and that looks very pacey. It's taken a big bounce off the path, gone at least another 20 or 30 foot wider than the rest. Ben really struggling to settle this morning, He seems really calm and in good spirits when I spoke to him earlier on, but he is just not settled this afternoon at all. So they will wait for the buggies to be brought up, and they will progress up the hole, and as you can see, we have position here to bring you all of the footage. I was worried for a minute, looking away and looking back, that Justin had picked up Ben's ball because it was out of bounds or something, but no, it was just to mark for the players coming up the other side of the course. So we'll wait for these to play up before these men will be allowed to get onto their fairway and play back across for the hole. So bear with us. We will have this live group finishing off hole 4, and then we will bring you the lead junior group from hole 8, and we are busy out on the course getting into position to bring you the final groups of everybody else coming in from all of our categories. So stay with us while we clear this fairway and the men get back into position. So the group coming up the other fairway are clearing and allowing room for the men to get their balls back over the mound, back onto the right fairway and into the hole on 4. So I think while there is a delay here, we can bring you the junior hole 8 now, and that will allow us to get back over to hole 5. We have a good position for hole 5 itself, so while there's going to be another 3 or 4 minute delay there, we can pop over to junior hole 8 and bring you that action from that lead group. So here we are, back out with the lead juniors. As a reminder, this is looking back to the tee. The group in shot at the moment is that of Harrison and Oliver Baker Alexander Tillman and Samuel Sopko. We are looking back down the fairway at the leaders, just teeing off with young Amancio Cortinas finding the fairway with the other balls settling in there too. So we'll just wait for them to tee off while we continue to get our cameras in position for the best possible footage coming up. So these juniors continue to come down this long fairway up towards the hole, and that is a very, very good shot indeed. It's not a bad leave either, to be fair, so we'll be happy with that. This is a long hole, but they are navigating it brilliantly at the moment. Oh, that just skims past the outside of the hole. So they're going to get a read. Someone's going to get a read there. This being one of the greens we have cut into the fairway, and you can see the fantastic job that Pete and Ryan, the team here, have done at Ashbury to create our FootGolf greens in the middle of the fairways. We've spent months and weeks preparing these and mowing them and getting into a fantastic position for us. So we will continue to follow this through. So Jamie Hammond sends this one off to the right hand side. Again, not a bad position. This is all going to be about the approach. Who can finish off? It's going to be Mancio to play first, by the fact that he's put his ball down. Gets down to have a look. Lines it up. Play, just putting his ball back, and that is a fantastic shot out from Jamie Hanneman to finish off. And in for Mancio as well. Reaching, despite the Polish shirt is Scottish. Polish shirt of a traded player, I'm guessing. Oh, that is really unfortunate from Connor Bennett. Just leaving it inches short of the hole. Won't be happy with that. So, these boys move on. Feed and go back to pick up the lead group of men coming through hole 5, which you can now see on screen.
Cool.
So we will go back to leaderboard and find out what happened on the last hole. We saw Ben Clark out of position. All of them utilising the opposite fairway on the left-hand side as we were looking. And it looks as though Ben Clark parred that in the end and remains 2 over for the day. Bobby Hopkinson 1 under for the day. Arthur Sipchik evens for the day, and Halfdan Roth even. Now, whilst they all may be roughly where they started, Halfdan Roth is now down to nearly tied 6th and 1 shot off of 10th place. The leaderboard is closing. There is a pack of players really, really chasing hard. Matek Sivtek, who showed a great second round of 63 after a bad first round, is 5 under for the day through 7. Harry Gill from Pedham Place FootGolf Club in England is 5 under through 8, showing that round 1 promise. And Bobby Hopkinson 1 under through 4 to sit only 2 shots off of 2nd, and now only 3 shots off of Ben, because Nicolas Bassini of France is 6 under through 7 and absolutely flying this afternoon. He has come up from 10th place to 2nd place, and his scorecard reads birdie, par, birdie, 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 and he is like a train coming through. Watch out for Nicholas, Ben. He's coming for you. So a ripple of applause on 18 as Oz from the US sinks one from, I was going to say long range, but mid-range, but always a smiley face, and it's been great to have the Americans here this weekend and their camaraderie. For some reason they love the English accent, and specifically maybe from the southeast of England, so hopefully they can listen to this back and enjoy these Cockney tones. So Ben Clark from the fairway, familiar sweeping style, and that's got a fair distance. That will really give him an advantage into playing the next shot. So looking back down the fairway on this long par 5. Arta with those, I guess, plaid or tablecloth red and white check shorts this afternoon. Goes well past with his Torfabrick ball. He gave it a chance. I guess it's good to attack. And he'll want to sink that coming back to make sure that he stays in contention with even par so far this afternoon. So Bobby Hopkinson striding up the fairway. Out wide left on this. Ball. So eyeing it up. Looking what he needs to do. A gentle side foot is all that's needed from Bobby to get up to the hole. And it whistles past again. Wind behind, ultra aggressive. But really trying to turn the screws and get his round going. 1 under through 4, but hoping to do more. Half done now. Looking to get as close as he can to this 5th hole. The pace is better, though he's so lively near the hole and the wind behind. They're all going well past. Arta furthest past. Ben almost pin high on the left hand side. So Ben Clark from the left hand side, playing across the course. Not that one. Pace is good. It looks a bit high. It's turning in, but that will sit there for a tap in. So Ben will tap that in and walk away, and they will move on to hole 6. So Arta, this he could have made a little bit easier for himself, and I think he's probably going to get in the left edge, and he'll be happy with that after rattling past the hole coming up to it, and he stays in contention within touching distance of the leaders. So Bobby Hopkinson again raced past the hole. He'll be wanting for this to go in, keep his round on track. It needs to turn, and it does, into the centre of the hole. And a fist pump from Bobby. We know he loves the camera. We know he loves winning and competing at the highest level. So Halfdan Roth to close out this hole, and then we will flick to some of the closing groups coming through on 18 while we wait to update you in other places. So that goes in, and they move on. So just back at 18, we will watch this group come through and one behind while we get our cameras into another position, ready to see some more action from across the course. We have brought you the juniors, lead group and the women's lead group already today. We have had super seniors and we have had the men, and we are getting into position for all of these final groups coming through this afternoon to make sure we bring you all of the action and all of the finishing holes and the winners as they happen. But for now, keep watching our 18 Oakwood coverage while we finalise our positions this afternoon. Back soon. So moving away from hole 18 on Oakwood, where we have the static camera with the groups coming through, we've picked up one of the lead groups again on hole 7. This is the penultimate group. Mick Erdley sinking that putt, with Alexander Allenbring giving him a pat on the back, and Tom Spink hand on hip, teapot style, watching on from the bank. Drifting past the left. And he will finish up. So Tom Spink puts his ball down. And an easy tap in for Tom. And they will move on. So the lead group will be coming up behind. So we will give you a rundown of the other leaderboards to see how they are progressing. We will go back and now look at the women senior group, which are through hole 16, with Claire Priet having a 2-shot lead over Laurence Mornier, both of France. So we will see how that one finishes out as they come through, but that is going to be a close finish in the senior women. The senior plus category over on the men's side, they are through 13 holes, so again these are all closing in on 18 in the next 40 minutes to hour or so. Eric Hans retains a 4-shot lead with 1 under through 13 today. Jose Guerrera 2 over for the day and 4 shots back on Eric. And in third in the last podium place at the moment, 2 under for the day and 2 under overall is Marek Vitek. On the men's senior category, some of those are finished and in the clubhouse, and the leading group are through 13 holes. Yannick Bayer extends his lead, 5 under for the day and 13 under overall. So now holds a 7-shot lead with only 5 holes remaining. It's going to be difficult to see anyone catching him from there. Gael Petard is matching his performance today with 5 under through 13, with last year's champion William Morrison at 2 under for the day and 4 under overall. Another big mover for the day is Glyn Cook, who is 5 under through 16 and brought himself back to 1 under par. Speaking to Glyn, I think that was always the plan, to try and beat the course and get back under par for those 3 rounds, which at the moment he is managing to do. We'll go back over to the junior section where we've brought you some coverage today. Amancio Cortinas retains the 5-shot lead, 3 under through 17, so they are on the final hole of the day, and we will bring you that footage later after lunch. 3 under also Kyle McGreeching, 2 under overall. So Amancio's lead is 5 shots, which is not going to be beaten now. Jamie Hammond, even through 17, remains at 1 under and has a 2-shot cushion on the podium ahead of Connor Bennett at the moment. So 7 under, 2 under, 1 under on the scorecard. So can Jamie do something to try and get ahead of Kyle McGreechin? We will see shortly. So in shot, Ben Clark putting the ball down on the 7th tee, 178 yard par 4. Little bit of a carry, path winding through, and then the fairway opens up. So, just thinking about it, thinking about his position, where to play. And strikes it right down the middle of the fairway, running over to the left-hand side. Sitting nicely on that left-hand side. So we'll go to an update from the leaderboard in the women section. They are through 11 and 12 holes. At the moment, it is a three-way tie in the lead. Tiffany Suss, Rebecca Resner and Claudia Nemkova all at 3 under. And the superb Jem Brothel 5 under for the day. Just about to close out on 18. 2 under overall. Only 1 shot off of the lead. And laying in wait for anyone making a mistake from those above her. Rena Aksu, who was joint leader previously, has struggled through the first 11 holes and is 2 over, dropping her back to 5th and 1 under par. And then what we are watching now, with Bobby Hopkinson's ball just running off over to the left-hand side, just see the top of it in front of that buggy, is the men's section, where we will continue to keep you updated. We have a large group of players between 8 under and 10 under, just outside the podium positions, waiting to try and strike. We have 10 players between 10 under and 8 under with the podium positions at the moment, with Samo Morisek at 11 under, Nicholas Piscini, who is 6 under through 8 and 12 under overall, and Ben Clark with a slim 1-shot lead, 2 over for the day. And that is what we are watching now. So we will continue to bring you the footage of this hole as they go down hole. As they continue to go down hole 5. Bobby just managing to avoid that stake and avoid the bunker and give himself a shot in on this par 5 hole. So the line on this is absolutely superb. It probably needs to settle a little bit because that has run and run, but that rough behind the hole slowing it up nicely. That will just settle in there as we pan back to pick up. Ben Clark on the far side of the course. He's seen one go wide, he's seen one go long. He knows what he needs to do. A little chip and swaz, swinging it from right to left, but it's not really got the swing. It's out there with Bobby Hopkinson. That is a good line to come in on, but it is a little bit wide. There's tee shots going out to the left-hand side. Ball. Back round. side of the course. Turning back to his ball after having a look further back. Seeing what needs to be done. This is an uphill, left to right. Sends it on its way. Turn hard once it gets onto the green, but Bobby's read there was a little out, using the backstop. Sending it back towards the hole. But you'd like to think he'd be confident from that distance, but it's probably a little bit of added pressure that he didn't want, that he's putting on himself. So just going to mark it, take his time. So Ben Clark to play. Needs to get something happening today. This is very unlike Ben Clark. So that is a wonderful line and trips onto the green. And oh my lord, it's in. That is what we expect. Is that the spark that Ben Clark needed? Bobby Hopkinson throwing him the ball back. That is a shot of a champion for Ben Clark. Smile back on his face. And he needed that at 2 over 3-4, and having the highest score of anyone in the top 30 today. That needed to happen. So Arta went long, came back, and just finished up. Halfdan Roth behind, waiting to come back in over the rough. That looks very wide start. I just don't think he read that at all, or it's come off the wrong part of his foot. So he will be disappointed with that. So this is now an even more important putt for Bobby, given Ben's sinking prior. And he's missed. Oh, and his hands on knees, head down. That is potentially a 2-shot swing between Ben and Bobby on that hole. And he won't be happy with that. I think that probably takes Bobby back to par for the day through 5. And Ben Clark with that birdie will be just 1 over for the day, back to 14 under. We will keep these leaderboards refreshing, and we will just look back at a replay of that Ben Clark chip in or putt in from distance. The pace was absolutely perfect. Bobby was walking towards the hole, knowing what was coming. Great shot by Ben. So we are just waiting for the next groups to come through. See a ball appearing in shot on 18 Oakwood while we reposition our camera for the men's lead group. As I say, you won't miss any action whilst the signals won't reach to every part of the course. We have people out recording all of the final holes of all of the categories for you this afternoon, and we will bring those to you as soon as we can, and as soon as they conclude, with live footage of the other categories as and where we can. We hope you are enjoying the footage this afternoon from the FIFG Masters English Open 2025. Our leaderboard links are on Facebook. Please go and find them. Please keep interacting with our YouTube page. Please like and share and subscribe. And we have an exciting 2 or 3 hours of action ahead this afternoon, which will conclude here on Oakwood 18 with the men's group and potentially any playoffs we will have from the other categories around the course. And that will all be brought to you by our cameras here at the media tent on Oakwood 18. So just to bring you up to date, Ben Clark did birdie that hole. He is now, apologies, Ben Clark did eagle that hole, and it's brought him back to level for the day. It was a birdie. So Ben Clark has now gone birdie on hole 5, birdie on hole 6, birdie on hole 7, and really got that round back on track. Apologies, it seems as though there was a slight delay with the score update there. So in the same group, Arthur Sipchek is 2 under through those same 6 holes. Bobby Hopkinson and Halfdan Roth are on 11 and 10 under respectively. But the big news through 9 holes, Nicholas Puccini is 6 under. Joseph Nemec, who is always going to be putting himself in contention on the last day, is 5 under through 9. Mativ Sivcek is 5 under through 9 for the day and 9 under overall. So lots of movement on the leaderboard. This, despite being a 54 hole event, is getting to become very close across most of our categories. Eric Hans's lead has narrowed. Laurence and Claire fighting it out on the women's senior. The juniors chasing down Amancio, but Yannick Bayer with a big lead at the moment, and is going to be difficult to catch. But Ben Clark's birdie, birdie, birdie is exactly what he needed to try and settle those early shakes. But do not count out Puccini, do not count out Nemec and the chasing pack behind. We will continue to bring you updated footage. We now have, we will take you away from Oakwood 18, and we have the lead men's group coming down the next hole, which is hole 8 on Oakwood. So we're now looking down hole 8 on Oakwood. The other shot we have for you at the moment in between holes is here at Oakwood 18, both a tee box shot and that, but we'll flick between these two here. So I am going to have a short break, pass you over to the capable hands of Paul Bolton, who I believe has a special guest with him this afternoon for an interview. So thank you, and we will be back shortly.
Right, welcome. I'm just stepping in to give Mr. Groombridge some lunch. Needs to fill his belly. So I am joined by English senior champion Glyn Cook. Completed his round.
Afternoon.
How's it gone today, mate?
Good day. Bogey free, 6 under. Left a couple of putts short, but they were birdie putts. Can't complain. Played really well. Happy with it today. So
yeah, good. I know you've been due one here. You've been waiting 3 years for a good round. It's finally come. Sees you currently 6th, tied 6th at the minute.
Yeah, I think so.
With plenty still happening on the course. So we are with Ben Clark looking at Bobby Hopkinson. Off Dan Roth just at the right edge of the screen. Clark, he's not missing that. So looking at the junior leaderboard, 5-shot victory for Amico Cortines, 11 years old. What a player. So
Scary.
yeah, very scary. So looking back at the men's leaderboard, Clark back to a 4-shot lead. They're through 7. This is currently Ole Green. Piscini, the man on the charge, currently 6 through 9, which I think anybody who's played Oakwood knows how special that actually is.
Some score.
So Otter Simcox, red and white check shorts. So they're just sorting out relief. Alex. So lots and lots happening out on the course today. We've had a lot of rulings. This is now getting a little bit slow for my liking. It's a basic rule. It's your nearest point. Hopkinson currently
10 under.
so Hopkinson 10 under, -1 today. I'm assuming this will be for a birdie chance. Marshall, Alex Hill, Ed Marshall in fact, done a great job this week. Alex, he's been with us since Monday, great asset to the team. Hopkinson is going to come back in. It does turn quite heavy under there, doesn't it?
It's not a bad clear up if that's the par though.
He's waving his arms. You kicked it, Bobby. No sympathy from here, so they move on to 9. So we might lose them. So the cameras will reposition. So they move on. So Clark still leads. Current world #1. This will all but seal his world champion status in 2025.
Who's closest? Who can catch him?
Piscini is 4 back. So never ever write off Nicholas Piscini.
I say it's not a nice player to have chasing.
No. So we are gonna go and pick up the junior victory. Tee shots, and it is the junior tee box is in front of the bunker. Men's tee box tidying up his day.
Strike from the corner there.
Good. That's good. Gives him the whip. Still going. Jamie Hammond in the red. White. Good strike from Jamie. Should stay in position. So 11 juniors this weekend.
It's great seeing these youngsters playing, isn't it?
Yeah, they've been a great addition as well. They're pretty hassle-free. They get on with it. They play at a good pace.
How old is the little lad?
11 years old.
Wow. I watched him finish off on 18 yesterday. Just fearless, birdied him across the green.
Yeah, as we know, it's a treacherous putt.
Yeah.
Just a strike for a little guy. Never judge a book by its cover, as they say. Sweet left foot. Juniors.
Tough hole for a shortish lefty.
Yes. Yeah, because everything's playing away from you.
I would
Everything.
think the bigger lads have
Yeah, we're looking where Jamie Hammond is. As Jamie's ready to go again.
Yeah. Not him.
Because you can play that shot. That's the key. For a left footer, you're dicing with the bunkers. Pretty good position from Jamie, actually. Good foot golf. Jamie will be part of the England junior team heading to Scotland in September.
Aquí es donde me pongo quinto. Guys. Yeah.
So they're just waiting this green to clear. You can see Oliver Baker. That's the top of Harrison Baker's head. So the Baker boys, always a battle with them too. Oliver will win that battle this weekend. 5 shots clear. His younger brother. So McGreekin all in white. One of the favourites for the world title this year. He's putting a lot of effort in to travel around the circuit.
big player, isn't he? Good player.
Yeah, good player, good temperament. Nice lad.
Good genes, good strong genes, I think.
Yeah. So as that's playing out, we're just going to jump back to a couple of leaderboards, just see if there's any updates for us as they wait to play. So Clark still leads by 4, -1 today, -16 total, which is excellent in fairness. Anyone who's, again, I keep saying it, anyone who's played Ashbury knows how tough this setup is. This year again hasn't disappointed. Piscini still 6 through 9, -12 total. Arthur Sipkos, -12 total, -2 today. Samo Marusic, -11, 4 today, 4 through 9 for Samo.
Am I moving over or am I just
She's on a little creep without anyone really noticing it.
Yeah, I can hear.
So Joseph currently up to 5th.
Alright, yeah. Okay, I'll bring this one down. Do I need any of the wires and stuff? No, do I not even need the okay, so what, the one on my one will work? Oh, yeah, I don't need the three one.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I think these boys are ready to play now. End of their weekend is on the horizon. McGreekin, good strike. That's what we were saying about the left foot. The left foot can't play that shot.
It's not bad from that bunker.
No, if you get the front one,
Yeah,
I think
you
the
get a
front.
good angle.
You don't want to be in the back one. I don't think back one doesn't help. That's really That's a good shot.
Good access to the flag.
It's a line. It's not an easy line, but a line is a line.
Little lad's in a tough position now.
Yeah, for
where he is
left.
at the moment.
So Jamie Hammond. This is pretty A1, I think, from Jamie so far on this hole. Just allows you to play that whippy shot. Has he overcooked it? Oh, Jamie, that's giving him the kiss of death there. 2 perfect strikes from Hammond. Dragged it into the trap. But you sort of have to play that shot, don't you? You have to try and suck it into that bank. Yeah, yeah, I'd imagine he's quite a good footballer. We should mark that. Mandatory on golf greens. Connor Bennett, brilliant so far in this hole. Flicking through leaderboards while these guys play. McGreekin up the slope, that's a very good leave. Just short, it's not too bad from there. As in the women, Claudia Nemkova, world champion, moves to the lead. -3 today, -4 total. They're through 13. Jim Bruffel from Wales is going to charge. She's finished -6 today. -3 totals. Connor Bennett line this one up. Tiffany Seuss -2 through 14. Rebecca Bresner 11 par for the day. She stays tight second. Bennett played this hole very well.
Very good at that.
Really good from Bennett.
Wow.
What an excellent birdie. I think that seals the podium for Connor. I think he's achieved much more than his father this weekend. So we stay with this now. Sharp guiders. Chrissy Lewis just on our camera position.
Decent from Jamie, that.
Yeah, Jamie's got himself back in the game there. Play for position. Cortines. This is the victory parade. To be fair, I'll back him sing this from here. How polite. Passed it back, didn't throw it.
Good etiquette.
Good etiquette. Jamie Hammond's just on this. It does look like Hammond's to play.
Yeah. That's the nearest point. Yeah.
Big swinger from there. Good metre and a half right from that point. So he's
Must be behind the golf hole.
yeah, the golf hole is on that top platform. So Jamie's just taking his relief. Will be Hammond. To put out metre and a half right. A nice pace. Don't want to commit too early because it pulls you down left. Nice pace, but exactly that. Committed early. I should leave a tap in.
That's a good leave.
Yeah. It's surprising how high you have to go on this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a difficult one to commit to. But to leave it on the green. So Hammond finishes off his tournament. So 4th place finish for Hammond. Cortinas. What a lovely
Doesn't
shot.
hang around.
What a lovely shot. Knows what he's got to do. And that is for Masters victory. A little wave, love it. Oh, he's going to finish, he's not waiting. Knows he's got the win. Absolutely fantastic. It's great to see. A lovely boy. Can McGreek him? To tidy up. Kyle knows he should be taking it. But these things happen. Great scenes here on the 18th on Forest. Junior victory, it's a Spanish one. Picture, little interview. Love it. Yeah, so no champagne yet, it's only water. I think his days will come if he continues in this game.
Very painful.
Brilliant. This is what FootGolf's about. Dead in the distance. Brilliant. Congratulations, young man. You are the 2025 English Open FIFG Masters champion. Just earned your ticket back for free next year.
God, imagine when he's 12.
It's nice, just nice watching that. Good etiquette. Brilliant. Will Lugg, last year's champion. Really good to see all the juniors getting around the young man.
Get some drinks down the boy. Get some drinks down him.
Good lessons to be taken from this. It's brilliant, he's just so small, it's great.
Yeah.
Broadly there, and his congratulations.
I can kick ball at 11. I can't kick ball now.
Is going to get off. So thank you, Glim. We'll see you very soon. See if you end up on a podium. See if you can continue to climb. So congratulations, mate. So brilliant weekend for Glim. So let's complete the scorecards. So back on the 18th tee, there is a group on its way to the tee box. So I think we've got the senior plus, senior women, should I say? So this is out on Forest, on Pine, should I say? Tight in the women's senior. I think Tawana Stafalo, I think, has pulled out. Seems to have only played 9 holes. So we watch this through to completion. We will get our champion. To the balls, we'll try and skip back some leaderboards. We haven't seen the Senior Plus leaderboard for a short while. Eric Hans, 1-shot lead through 15 from Marek Vitek. 1 shot back, also through 15. Jose Guerra, -2. 3 shots off the lead. Alexandra Maru from Portugal sits 4th. And Fernando Cochedo, +2 through 17. So the ladies are on the way. So the men's senior Yannick Bayer, he's had a commanding lead since day one. That has not changed. He still has a 6-shot lead, and they are on the last hole. So Yannick Bayer will be the Masters champion. Second place, countryman Gail Petard. He's finished on 7 under par, 2 shots clear of Will Morrison, who currently sits third. Stein Arnestad, fourth, finished. And Fred Cravon sits in fifth. So they're making the way up to the 18th. Claire Prier, left of your screen. Laurence Mullingar. So I think they're almost in position. Very tight, this. The groups. We are stationed on Oakwood 18. There's still groups pouring down. So Claire Prier, last year's senior woman champion. Will she retain her title? Back-to-back years. It's a tired swing. It's a long weekend here at Ashbury. So Lawrence prepares to play. So we'll have a jump back to the women's leaderboard. Through 14 now. Nemkova, 1 shot clear of Resner, who in turn are 1 shot clear of Bruffels, Sus and Aksu. So that ball's just going to make its way down towards the trap. I think it'll settle. It's not a bad play from there, in fairness. So it's the world champion that leads the women overall. Talking of world champions, let's back to the men's leaderboard. Clark, 2-shot lead from Passini. Passini rampant. -7 through 10. Which on Oakwood, I keep saying it, those that have played it understand how good that is. Also, Joseph Nemec continues to fly up that leaderboard. He's up 11 positions into tied 4th. Currently 11 under. Only 4 shots back. Could be a bit too little too late, but who knows. So Claire Prier, cross 18. So Prier just lining up. Across that top side. It's always going to turn and drop left. It's a lovely way. There is a slope off the back. I think she's going to catch that slope. So work to do for Claire. So other movers. Morsinec is up 4 places. Also tied 4th with countryman Joseph Nemec. Winner is definitely coming from that top 5 in the men. That looks a good putt. Just misses left. But that'll stay in position. So that is a little bit of pressure now on Claire. It's a straight putt. Or straight enough. Maybe Mollinger's not quite as close as we think. Prier up the slope. And she will tap in. Oh. And it's rolled. Little gust of wind just turned that ball away. So Prier taps in. Now then, that is for victory. So Prié wins by 1. So Claire Prié retains her senior female title. Congratulations, Claire, as they walk back off to the carts. So we're back on 18T currently, as we just wait. We're actually on 18 green now. Marshall. George Anderson done a stout job this weekend. Real good addition to the team. You know, we do have to thank everybody. It's really difficult policing these events. Down onto 18. Who have we got? George goes and marks. So Ben Clark still 2-shot lead. Bit doesn't look like he's got going today, Ben, but hat trick of birdies on 5, 6 and 7 has got him to level par, but he still holds the lead. That's racy. That is coming down towards our position. We had this discussion yesterday. You have to tee shot centre fairway, get it to run right so you can play left up onto the golf green and let it flop round. Easier said than done. These straight balls, it's just too quick. It needs to hit the flag. So the ball. So we're back onto the green. That's the next one. That one, no, it's gone as well. It's tipped over the edge. Just creates a difficult third shot, this. So that was Hewitson. I'm surprised a little bit by Alex. He had the right angle. Just put a little too much on it. So they all come behind the green. The slope is not. So Daniel Mon nearest to us. Just out of picture. So Mon up the slope. This is what happens if you get a little too powerful. That is a big par shot incoming. Very difficult to flop up over the edge of this. So best scores on Oakwood. Excuse me. Piscini -7 through 10. World class from Nicholas, but it's Ben Clark still out in front. Just reminding everyone how good he is. Lee Bennett, this is the strength of his game. Lee Bennett, world class from Lee Bennett. Does not shock me. He's not had the greatest weekend. But really good finish for Lee. One of the best putters on tour. Up you go. That could be very good. Yeah, very good. just flops over the edge. So again, we're just going to jump around the leaderboards, see if there's any further happenings. So cameras are repositioning. So Hewitson, probably a slightly better angle than the other guys. In the hole. Brilliant from Hewitson. Just on that angle. Just makes it out. When you're straight to this, is difficult. So Daniel Mon, cross the golf green. It's a 2 cups right as he looks. Really good. It's a good par save that. You don't want that par save, but very good. Very, very good. So let's have a look round. There's that group. Shakes hands and moves on. So the leading women's group is through 14. Nemkova still 1 shot clear of Rebecca Resner. Jen Bruffall in the clubhouse, -3, an excellent -6 today. Rina Aksu, level par through 14. She's in that lead group, currently -3, 2 shots off. Tiffany Seuss, -2, -1 today. That's through 15. Another group in front. Maud Schlechten finished level par, -5 today. Very, very good from Schlechten. And Serenkova, -1 today through 15. So we are looking back up 18. So we just wait to pick up some action. So we'll start flicking again through the leaderboards. Men senior. Yannick Bayer is English Open FIFG Masters Senior Champion. Comfortable in the end. 6-shot victory from Gail Petard. Will Morrison, last year's champion. Last year's champion taking 3rd. Stein Arnestad 4th. Fred Cravon 5th, so no playoff in the seniors. So one job Rob will be impressed with that one. So we're just awaiting a camera for some action as we look back up 18. Senior plus. There's 2 holes to play and it's tight. Eric Hans, level par for the day, -5. Marek Vitek, -5 for the day. Tied with Hans. So Hans has been hunted down by Marek. And Jose Guerra takes 3rd currently, +2 for the day. -2 total. So we look on, we just await. Not sure where the delay is. Oh, there's a group. I can see the carts moving to the 18th tee. So let's another look at the women. Resner, triple bogey on 15. So Resner drops to 5th. So Bruffel sat in the clubhouse watching herself climb. She moved 10 places today. Up to tied 2nd with Rina Aksu.
Okay, no worries.
See you in a sec.
So there's just a little gap in proceedings. So completing the women, Tiffany Seuss is currently -2, 3 shots off the lead after 15 holes. So a really good, great field of women this weekend. That's been a great battle, in fairness. And it continues. So people just starting to gather here on Oakwood 18. As the climax of the weekend. So Piscini has gone within 1 of Clark. Piscini 8 through 11. Incredible from Nicholas. So Piscini, birdie 10, birdie 11. As he is making his move. Incredible. Incredible scoring as the breeze is tricky. So we're looking up.
Yeah, we're getting you now. Are you on tripod? Okay, are you comfortable?
So we are up on the 18th tee. What a great view. Back down to our position. Ronan McCormack, Irish international. This looks really easy on this view because you cannot see the ponds, but a great view to watch this. Bang! Ooh, that could be wet. That could catch. As you clear one pond, you turn right heavy, and it does drag you into that pond if you don't clear it. James Bryce. Bryce drags it. That is... can't quite see it, but I think he's out of bounds. So Bryce does not seem to be in a rush to come down. I'm assuming McCormack's going to send his ball back to him. So out of bounds means only one thing. Retake your shot. The ball is on its way back up. So Bryce will go 3 from the tee. Straight as you can, really. Yeah, that looks a good shot. Yeah, perfect. Perfect for Bryce. It's 3 to there. As we said yesterday, this wants to keep running down that slope. Just take away that straight shot. So they are on the way. So I think McCormack could be wet. He stood by the pond. So the big news, Piscini is back within 1 of Clark. That is the battle that's unfolding on course. Clark currently through 9, Piscini through 11. 8 for the day, Nicholas Piscini. Steve Bastin is on a little charge, currently 5th. these guys. Keep saying it. It's a pass up the left side of the do not go straight. It's so difficult to get the pace right. So Bryce, he's been here 3 years running. Not quite sure what the hold up is here. This should not be taking this long. So we might try and get a word with my friend Stephen. So Stephen C. from China will be joining me any second. This group really, there's a marshal done this hole. I do not know why they're not speeding them up. Incoming. Now then. Pace just settles. I think that could be very good. Just up the top side. That's really, really, really good. So I am delighted to welcome my good friend Stephen C. from China.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Afternoon, how are you?
Fine. We enjoy the tournament, enjoy the course. I said I had seen that many players very happy. Good course, Paul.
It's been a very good week. I know you've been here all week with me. We've had the Club Cup.
Yeah.
We've had the FIFG Masters.
Yeah.
It's been a success, start to finish, I think. We've had the weather.
Yeah, I think the course and the weather also good.
Yeah.
Same. Also thanks your organizations.
Oh,
Best
you.
team, yeah.
Thank you. So the Club Cup, that was a success from your point of view?
Yeah, I'm proud of my club. Our club, Honey Badgie.
Yep. As Bryce across that green, that's
Right.
excellent. Very good shot. Very, very good shot from Bryce. So your personal tournament, have you done well?
I do it wide. Better. It's good.
Keep improving.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good, mate. Really, really good. It's great to see so many countries, so many people. The FootGolf community does win, doesn't it? It's important. We all get on.
I think so.
As that ball goes long.
The Master is a tournament, also a communication party.
Yes.
Enjoy together.
Yeah, it's been a great atmosphere around Ashbury. We've had darts tournaments, we've been playing snooker, we've had live music, we've had everything. It's been
also including the food. The food seems good.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. I'll pass that compliment on to the chef.
This is our captain of Honey Badger.
Yeah, so Honey Badger captain. So McCormack up the slope. That's a really good shot. That's a really good shot. Much more difficult than that looked. He made that look quite simple. So, here's the boss.
The captain of the Beijing Honey Badger.
Nice pace. Oh, it's lively.
Birdie.
It's lively.
Wow.
Oh!
Birdie.
What a birdie. And he liked it.
Captain of Honey Badger. Good man. Also the last, I think ranking first, the last Asia tour. Asia ranking, yeah.
Yep. Oh, Bryce. So Bryce had gone out of bounds. Hit a great approach. That's unlucky. Slight tired mind, maybe. So as we start to come to a close. We'll just have a look. Quick look at the leaderboards. All the links available on social media all around the world. As Piscini is tied for the lead. 9 through 12 for Nicholas Piscini. Clark still level par through 9. So we're going to move.
Marco, wait, Marco,
Oh.
ici. C'est Marco. Ouais. Ah, bon. Mine. Just few meters.
So a big thank you to Stephen.
Thanks,
One of the
Paul.
nicest men in
See
FootGolf.
you tonight.
We will.
Yeah, okay.
We will. Thank you very much. So great to see Stephen with us. So we are heading to the senior men. So Arta, just going back to the men's leaderboard. Clark and Piscini tied. Minus 15 total. Sipkos minus 13, 2 shots back. Samo Marusinic minus 12, 3 shots off the lead. As I'm going to get ready to let you go back to Mr. Greenbridge. As we are watching them senior men, Yannick Bayard with what seemed quite straightforward victory. I'm sure it wasn't. So I have got to make a phone call. So I'm going to leave you now back in the capable hands of Mr. Greenbridge.
Thing. Mine for you? No? Yeah.
Thank you, Paul, for your commentary and keeping us engaged. You are watching the men senior group over on our Forest course as they close out their round. It was always going to be hard to try and beat Yannick Bayer after that 71 yesterday in the 63 opening round. He put himself so far ahead of the field. We will close this out and see what happens with the podium places. So we're looking at something waiting to be marked on the green, just out of shot. The play on this 18th on Forest is out to the right-hand side behind these bunkers, and then looking to swing it in across the green. So that's been marked. The player coming in now. So, right to left, in-swinger, bounces on the fringe and tracks round towards the hole. This is a very, very good looking shot indeed. Giving himself a shot straight in with the protection behind.
Recording just for a second. Where's your buggy key? I just need to run something up to Jake.
Oh, I got sun cream.
You've probably got 5 minutes. Yeah, pop some sun cream on. I just need to run this up to Jake.
So another good shot into the green there with the, I can't stop talking about it, but I love that Adidas Adi Pure. So we've just caught up with Alan Smith here in the media studio after his round. Falling down some stairs didn't help, but I think over the weekend he enjoyed it. So a shout out to Alfred and Adrienne watching at home. Hope you've enjoyed the footage and not too boring with my dulcet tones. But we're looking forward to coming home, not both of us, but looking forward to being back at Penham shortly. So we continue to watch the seniors play out on 18 from Forest. And then we'll be back live over on the Oakwood course while we await the footage of the women's final group closing out as well, with an exciting end in prospect. So our Marshall just helping mark balls and speed things up a little bit. So across the green, this needs to travel a little bit. I'm not sure it's quite got the pace. And there's a lot of protection behind, so that was a mistake. That needed to be a bit harder. So this was a good position to lead from behind the bunkers. Just bringing it into the middle of the green. It's a good line from here, and as we said, plenty of protection behind. Can afford to be a little bit aggressive and it will come back. But just show on the right hand side, it's got a little bit of the hill. Is it enough? No, that will just be a simple tap in from there. I think the crowd were applauding our men senior champion, but he will mark that and take the plaudits later. So another similar ball. The French are partial to these and just over the right edge, unfortunately. But that will be finished off. And he must be happy with the weekend despite the ending. So William Morrison, last year's senior champion, finishes off. And he can walk away from here this weekend with his head held high. He's come back and tried to defend his title and done a very, very good job. And there's nothing you can do about the performance of Yannick Bayer this weekend. So Yannick Bayer comes back, taps in and celebrates a successful and unbelievable win, trying to run away from being soaked in water by his compatriots. So to confirm, 13 under par, Yannick Bayer. Gael Petard, 7 under total. And William Morrison, 3rd. So it picks up a 3rd place following last year's win, with 5 under par. Stein Arnstead, 4 under. And Fred Cravon, 3 under. With our very own Glyn Cook with an unbelievable 6 under today, completing our top 6. So we will see the end of these celebrations and then we will come back for some live footage with you over from hole 18. So wet but happy, celebrating, and rightly so, and we will see him later in their closing ceremony to pick up his trophy and his winner's check. So we will leave that there and come back over to the footage on 18 as Kyle Brown, in his traditional fluorescent yellow socks, just over to this right edge and not enough to come back as the wind picks up. This is going to be a tricky last few holes for those over on the women's course and coming in here on the men's course. I'll give you a quick rundown of everything shortly. The women are now through hole 17. Claudia Nemkova is 4 under through 16 and taking a 2-shot lead. Jen Broffel, who we expected to do well today, 6 under for the day and 3 under overall, coming back from 3 over par yesterday. with Tiffany Suss, Rena Aksu and Rebecca Resner all tied on 2 under par. And world champion Lucia Sermakova 3 under for the day and 1 under, completing the top 6. So with 2 holes to play, there is still plenty to play for as the women close out their round, and we will bring you that footage live. An update to the men's leaderboard has seen a complete closing of the gap. Nicholas Bassini 9 under through 12, tied first place with Ben Clark, who is even par through 10. They are both 15 under each. Artur Sipacek is 4 under for the day and 14 under overall. And Samo Marinisek is 6 under for the day, 13 under overall. To confirm, the top 6 places are Nicholas Bassini 15 under, Ben Clark 15 under, Artur Sipacek 14 under, Samo Marinisek 13 under, and Steve Bastin 11 under, with Halfdan Roth 11 under. So there is literally everything to play for. We have 8 and 9 holes left on the men's, and only 4 shots separate the top 6. This is going to heat up. Stay with us. So, as you can see, we've got this lovely elevated position up on the top of 18. And as I flick cameras, you can track the ball coming down. So we have a camera at the top, and then we have one down at the bottom zooming in to show you where the ball ends up, and then we will track that right through to the green. Stay with us for uninterrupted coverage of Oakwood Hole 18. We will bring you the footage of the women closing out and showing the winner of that. That still has stuff in it and plenty of opportunities to go. So apologies for the slight drop in commentary there. We are making sure that we are bringing you the finals, and now it seems playoffs from around the course. The Senior Plus, which Eric Hans was leading, is now a victory playoff. It will be a 3-hole playoff through 16, 17 and 18, followed by penalty putts if needed. Eric Hans finished on 6 under par, which was 1 under for the day, but Marek Vitek, who was always going to challenge, come out with a 6 under par for the day, 6 under finish, and therefore a tie for the lead. So that will result in a 3-hole playoff, and we have that being filmed after the women complete their round there as well. So lots to look forward to once we get the footage for those, both the women closing group and the Senior Plus playoff, and of course the men here at Oakwood coming through. We have a camera up at the 18 tee box, which you can see there, which is Talon and Nia on the tee box, and we'll watch this tee off before going back to the hole to see that other group finish. So taking his time. It's a big hitter. It's very right to left. It's taken a horrible bounce left, and we'll have to see where that one ends up. Can't actually see it from my commentary position, which means it's either come back into play or it's deep out of bounds, and Talon might have to go back to the tee box. We will have to wait and see. So down on 18, finishing up, we will find out what these groups are. So by order of deduction, if Talon Anir is on the tee box, the group prior to this, and just finishing up, is the group of Callum Haig, Takeshi Okai, Lucas Correa and Pedro Brito, who forgot to take his buggy back last night. So, as we saw up on the tee box, Talon Anir is looking to see whether his ball is out of bounds. You can see them through the trees on the right hand side. You can see 3 other balls in shot, those 2 and then 1 over to the left. And unfortunately, if he's got his buggy in his hand, ball in his hand, and he's in the buggy, I'm guessing. Right, we have an adjudication. Rob Mucklow seems to be running over, but it looks as though the decision has already been decided, and they are kicking the ball back to him up the slope. You have to stay with us on this shot. We seem to have lost the camera up on 18. And it seems our social media group chat has just updated. We have a 3-way player for 2nd place in the women's once all the scores have been verified. So as we said several hours ago, we knew it was going to be close. Yannick Bayer was always going to win the men's senior, but the rest were always going to be close. There was always potentially going to be playoffs. Did we think that that would happen over in the men's with Ben Clark so far ahead? We probably didn't, but the way it's going, anything can happen, and there are lots of places up for grabs right across the men's podium. So as this ball comes on to the green, it looks as though Talon's was out of bounds and went back to play his shot. And we have another update from the men's, where Ben Clark has now officially lost first place. There has been a 10-shot swing between Nicholas Piscini and Ben Clark today. The leaderboard now reads Nicholas Piscini 15 under, Ben Clark 14 under, Samo Marinesek 13 under, Artur Sipacek 13 under, and in 5th place tied Steve Bastin 11 under, and Mick Erdley 11 under, with Alexander Allenbring also on 11 under. So much to play for, but who would have thought Ben Clark would have lost that lead through 11 holes today? Everything to play for. So lots of action all over the course. We are getting news from the women's completed holes, and we will bring you that shortly. But lots of action coming. Stay with us. So the setup here, you can see us off the back with Talon here. And we also have, would you believe, this shot from the top of the hill was able to zoom in and get the action from behind. So we can see it from here, and we will see it up and over the hill. And hits the flag and goes in. Tell there was a little bit of venom behind that shot. It seems like he's rescued something from that hole. So this is the group with Eustace Denau, Andrew Duffy, Talon Anir that you've just seen, and Frederic Simone. So he plays the ball in. See it here, tracking right to left. Is it going to hold its line? And it does. So we go back to the tee box to watch Ambrolia. And that is going to come down with snow on it. That has stayed left as well. Not quite sure if that has gone on the path or out of bounds. There are a couple of spectators walking up the path on 18, and they've taken a detour right through the bushes, so we'll have to hope that is beyond the out of bounds line. We flick back to watch the putt on 18. It's not taking too long, so we'll flat back to John Neal on the tee again. Very left. The wind has picked up this afternoon for sure, and it is, as they stand on this tee box, right to left. You can see the south flags in the background from this shot. So it is forcing everything right to left. So last on the tee box, Tom Williams. I can see a ball a long way down past the second lake on 18. It must have been the last tee shot, but this suits a left footer if you can hang it out towards the trees. He's got his foot right through that, and that has hit the path and running down the left hand side, and that has gone an absolute country mile. Oh, but it's now hit the tree and gone behind the tree line. We'll have to hope he can get a line in from there. So we will bring you back here, and from that group of 4, unfortunately we can only see one ball on the fairway, the rest struggling with the path and the tree line on the left hand side. So we'll have to see where that brings us. These are the cameras we have at the moment, with all the others out on the course, getting the men's senior plus playoff closing holes and results for the women, and we will be here on Oakwood 18 to see you through to the conclusion of the men's event too. So stay with us, plenty more coverage coming up. So you would have seen there Evgeny Levchenko. It didn't look pretty. We'll flick to the wide shot of him walking down, hands on hips, to see what's happened with it. Seems we've lost the camera at the top of there at the moment, but this is the shot to play. One skip off the path, straight down the hill. So, Levchenko, very strong player, played in the World Cup and played at a very, very high level of football as well. But he's cleared the first pond and he's come down to see exactly where it is in the second pond, and it looks unplayable. He's got the fishing net out, and I think he's going to catch a Jabulani. So Levchenko, left centre of the screen. So this is with a penalty drop. It'll be a left foot. He's going to have to keep it high and wide out towards the left-hand side of the course. It looks as though he's come over the top of that, and that's going to chase down to this right-hand side. And that will be off the side and down the hill from there. That uphill run up away from the pond. Trying to get the power on it that he wanted. That was always going to drag his right, our left. So we are just trying to get the camera back at the top of the hill to give you the footage from the top. As this ball trundles on to the green and will hopefully settle there without rolling back. It's going to be a little bit unlucky. So Tom Williams to play next. Another left-footed ex-professional footballer. Starts it off with a really good angle, and you can see that from this shot we've recovered at the back of the top of the hill. That probably just needs to turn and settle a little bit. It needs to settle now, and it's just caught the bank. Oh, we just see it pop up and rest very close to the hole. So that is a great recovery shot from Tom Williams there. He'll be very happy with that. So let's have a look back at the men's leaderboard. See what news brings us this time. We are continuing to look at a lead of 1 shot for Nicholas Puccini at the top. 15 under par. Ben Clark 14 under par. Samo Marinesek 13. Arthur Sipchik 12 under. Carlos Calvo making a late charge at 11 under. Bastin 11 under. Erdley 11 under. Allenbring 11 under. And then we come down even further with 2 more players. The Norwegian pairing of Paulson and Roth at 10 under par. So only 5 shots separate the top 10. And only 3 shots separate the top 4, with last year's champion Carlos Calvo making a late dash for the podium place. It's getting exciting. So that tee off, looking left. I'm not sure whether that's praying or despair there, but he didn't look particularly happy. Simičić of Slovakia to play next. As we come down onto the green, leaving that shot at the top. And that one goes in. So Mattia Zabrini finishing strongly at the end. Apologies, we lost the footage at the top of the hill just as Simičić was about to take that. It looks as though he fell over. So Alan Parage is now next at the top of the hill and sent it down very, very strongly and safely. And you can see the 3 balls in shot, so they are all very safe. Back down to Levchenko to finish off. He's 54 holes for the weekend. And in it pops. A pleasure to have him around. So, Ant Brolia to finish Would have loved that to have gone in on camera. He's not shy of this one. Little toe poke and walks after it. Perhaps not where Ant Brolia wanted to be this weekend. It's Tom Williams. Eyes up. His final putt of the weekend too. And closes out. So that group will get their scorecards compared against our app for scoring, and they will return to the score centre, and the next group will come through. We'll just pan round to get those. You can see them from the top of the hill. You can see Matt Morgan striding down the fairway after one of the 3 balls in shot. The other one unfortunately went left, and you can probably see here, I think they found it, but it also looks as though he's walking back up the hill to try again. No, that's Matt Morgan coming back up. So we'll just keep an eye on this and see what's going on. But the buggy is going up too. So we'll have to see what's going on. And unfortunately, it was Matt Morgan's ball that went out of bounds on the left. So this will be 3 off the tee for Matt. Needs to make this one count. It's a line a lot further over. But again, bounds down and through the rough. And we will have to see where that goes. So as you'll have seen, that was the second attempt for Matthew Morgan. Again, we haven't got the camera at the top, but we've got this wide shot to show, but that looks as though it went down towards the ponds. We will wait to see what unfurls there. So we are preparing for the final hour or so. We have the Senior Plus playoff underway, and then we will have a playoff in the women's event too, I am told. And then we will bring all the action here from Oakwood as the men close out the end of their 54 holes. We are going to have a look back over at the women. So while we finish setting up here on Oakwood 18, we are going to take you over to the women's event on hole 18 to show you the conclusion of this. A very, very exciting end.
Okay, we're off you. Turn the camera off a sec.
So this is
we're going to do a rapid lens change for various reasons. It's just
Kelly Menzies from Scotland is on the tee.
Okay.
This is the final group of the day. Kelly had a fantastic day yesterday. Caught up with her briefly in the dinner hall last night. I think she was very happy with how things went. But she's faded a little bit today, unfortunately. But she should be very, very proud of her achievements over this weekend. Also in this group, as we are aware, Rina Aksu, Rebecca Resner, Kelly Menzies and Claudia Nemkova. But who is going to join the party? We will find out at the conclusion of this women's event to see what happens. So Rebecca Resner, strong right to left kick, and everything here comes down towards that tree line. It's a tough 18th hole on all of these courses, but especially so over on Pines. Again, that's gone off a bit shorter on the left hand side underneath the tree line. We'll have to make sure that there is a line of sight out of there. That's going to need to come uphill quite dramatically to get it back into a playable position for the women. This 18 on 5. 183 yard par 5. The women started a little bit further up, but everything drags left to right, and then the hole is tucked in behind the bunker on the left edge. So very, very tricky indeed. Claudia just waiting. So lining it up, and she's one of a very, very strong team of women from Slovakia, who many of you would have seen out in the World Cup in Orlando 18 months, 2 years ago, in fact. That is not a bad positional shot from where she was. So Rina, of small stature, very powerful kicker of the ball, brings that in. It's just going to roll back from there. I saw the previous shot from Claudia, hung out to the left. It's a little bit more rough out there, and that will just stick in place. So Resner just stretching her legs a little bit. I wonder if she's just struggled a little bit today. She's a couple off the lead. Be hard to catch from here, but I suspect she's now fighting for a podium position. But before that, it looks like Kelly Menzies is ready to play. Good position out here on this side. That is a great kick. It's going to climb the hill Does it get on to the top tier and stay? It does, and Rena gives a clap of appreciation for that shot from Kelly, and that will stick beautifully there on the left-hand fringe of the green. So Rebecca next to play. Great to see Rebecca here this weekend, having met several of the international events over the years. And swinging right to left, climbing. The trouble is that line is going to get onto the fringe, but there was a lot of rough between her and the flag being that far left. So struggling to climb onto the top tier of the green. So we will watch them play out from here. So Rena to play first. So this needs a little bit of power behind it still. It's uphill, and then it needs to get onto the top tier, then it turns right to left. The line looks very good. That could go in. What a shot from Rena on the last. Absolutely superb. And you know what? That could have actually just got her second place. It looks as though there was going to be a 3- or 4-way playoff for second, but that might have just put her in clear second. That could be massive. So Klaudia Nemcova, she's had a great day so far in the lead, and that will be good enough. I don't think she needed to do anything more than that. I think that will see her with a 2-shot clear win. This being a par 5, so that will set up Klaudia nicely for a birdie. I cannot see anything else happening. So Klaudia with a birdie will finish at 6 under. We've just seen Rena sink an eagle from distance to take her to 4 under, and I think that there means that if Rebecca didn't sink it, she will be on 3 under and in a playoff for 3rd place. Jen Brothel has already finished on 3 under. Tiffany Suss has already finished on 3 under, and that leaves Rebecca Resner on 3 under as well. So I think regardless of what Kelly does here, we will have a 3-way tie playoff for 3rd place, and that will be brought to you after the conclusion of the senior men's 3-hole playoff. So we expect that to come through in
but obviously that lens was too close.
45 minutes or so. So we will watch Kelly
our only option
finish out.
To go out there.
Just goes past the hole.
I think it's 2 in the way.
Not been her afternoon, I don't think, but as I said, she's played great this weekend, and it's been fantastic to see her perform so well. She has to be very, very happy with that. So, our winner, ladies and gentlemen, Klaudia Nemcova, the FIFG Masters English Open 2025 woman winner. Congratulations to Klaudia Nemcova. So lots of congratulations, hugs and kisses all round, and we will catch up with them later. Apologies, we were interrupted by illegal buggy use again. Someone thought that they could just drive onto the edge of the 18th rough area and sit in a buggy and watch the men coming through, which is completely irresponsible and unacceptable. So they've been politely sent on their way. So we will move away from this now and transition back to the top of the 18th as we finish the women's coverage over on Pines. So we are back up on the first tee. So I think that looks like Ian Cox actually at the top of the hill. That's a cap he's been wearing. So I think Dave Shaw is stood over by the side of the green. So I think they are completing this hole while Ian Cox waits at the top. So we have the footage back up from the top of the hill. We are just changing the lens over at the bottom so that we can bring you footage for all the main events down here on the bottom. So we will have the high long shot for the next hole or so while we get our equipment changed over so we can bring you the best possible footage. But what fantastic to get those final couple of holes from the women and seeing them come in. And as I said, we were bringing you the senior plus men 3-hole playoff followed by the 3rd place playoff for women afterwards. So as you can see from the long angled shot, Richard Mattioli will just finish up. And the tall Dan James standing in the way of the camera. As we see just finishing down on 18. They're just going to wait. Chapa Kumara finish up. See the figure of Dave Shaw on the far left hand side of that screen. Puts across and we've got the camera down there just to see it sit on the edge. Oh, just against the wind. Head on hands. As we can see, a little bit of the media centre behind. So putt from down the bottom of the hill just goes up and over for Kimura. Arthur Ariel just wait to see if he's going to put his ball back down, but no, Kimura I think wants to come and finish off. And again, it's Probably not the finish he wanted. So, Arthur Area will close out. Go off and mark their cards, and we will zoom back out to see the next tee shot from the top. That's I'm not sure what Dan James and Joshua Groner are celebrating there, but perhaps Dan successfully completed a tee shot on 18. So Groner down that left-hand side. And that's settled off the path and back on. And they will get free relief from that, as we've said earlier, on the nearest side. So they will be able to bring it onto this side of the fairway as we look. 1 metre, no nearer the hole. That has taken an unlucky bounce right, and Ian Cox looks as though he has gone into the second pond, which is playable in places, I'm told. Alan Smith nodding. I think he's been familiar with that pond before. And Weidong Yang off the tee. What a great looking shot that is. Gets the right bounce, comes this way. That was going nowhere other than right down the middle of the fairway. Just needs to settle a little bit, but I think it's gone way past the second pond. He's absolutely leathered that. That is massive, and down by the tree, halfway down the fairway here. So that will be an easy reach from there for 2. And to see how close he can get. So we will wait for them to come down the hill. So Rob Mucklow, one of our marshals, just going in to have a look. Let's see if this is playable. Just pointing out to Coxey. And after this group, we will have Harry Gill, John Neal, Borja Calvo and Neil Shave, which is a very strong group indeed. Harry had an amazing opening round. He's always had talent since he first come on the scene. A very, very strong player out of Pedham Place FootGolf Club. But the second round just saw him fall back. I think he struggled a little bit, but proved once again today that he can be in contention with the very best from this country and around the world. So while we were waiting for this whole side camera and for the action to unfold, we will give you another update on the men's scoreboard. As a reminder, scoreboard links are on our Facebook page. And I haven't seen this either, so we were looking at it for the first time together. Nicholas Passini is still in the lead at 15 under par total. An amazing 9 under par today. I don't think we ever thought we would be seeing those numbers on this course in these conditions today. Ben Clark 1 over par today at 14 under overall. So we have Nicholas Passini 15, Ben Clark 14, Samu Marinesek 13, Arthur Sipchek 13, Alexander Albring 12, Steve Bastin in 11. those top 6 all still within a shout, with the treacherous 16, 17 and 18 still to play. So with Ben Clark holding that initial lead, I don't think we saw him. It's unfortunate that Bobby Fischer has really struggled today. He's dropped back from 9 under to 6 under. Hasn't really challenged as much as he wanted. So both Ben and Bobby struggling today. But other than those two, there is only a small handful of players outside the top 30 that are that far over par. So pressure does count. This is the Masters. This is a tough event, and carrying a lead, chasing a lead can bring its pressures, and we have seen that unfold today for sure. So stay with us, lots more action to come as we see this group coming down the 18th.
Right.
So the team here at Seth Conway Media have got a great shot back up to the top of the hill.
Can you hear me? Sorry?
Harry Gill wearing one of a collection of
Can you hear me?
shirts he's
Okay,
picked
cool.
up over the years, I think. So while they
Whereabouts are you?
while they wait, we will pop back down to see them on 18. And the wind has picked up enough that all 3 of those sets
okay,
have
cool.
come
Did you grab
over
a
the
cup?
bank.
Oh, nice one. Cool. Yeah, sorry, it might just have to be handheld. Sorry. That's all right. Unfortunately, I think the priority's gone to this one now, so that's why Ben kind of had to take the tripod. Okay. Cool. Nice one. Thanks for that. Are they all there and stuff yet? Okay. Nice one. Ah, that'll be fine. It means you'll be able to get back quicker. Yeah. Nice one. Again, you're only doing the 18, so that's fine. Cool. Okay. Speak to you in a bit. Bye.
So while they sort that out and they recover their shots, we will flick over to the men's senior plus playoff and pick it up on 18 to see who is going to become the senior plus champion. So yep, we are going over. We just saw the tee shot of Harry Gill seemingly fly down the fairway. Hopefully we will pick that up when we come back, but this is now live on the men's senior plus, sorry, playoff, going back to revisit the ending of this, and I am watching this unravel exactly the same as you are, so we will see what happens. Eric Hans in shot on the right hand side was taking the lead in overnight and looked as though he had it wrapped up, but it was impossible to know that Marek Vitek was going to shoot a 6 under par today, which is an absolutely phenomenal score. So Eric on 18, just coming in to look what he needs to do. Just seeing so taking a stroll, taking his time, and rightly so. This could be a big win for Eric Hans, a popular character, loves a hug, sometimes doesn't let go. And I don't complain. So really thinking about this, looking at the line. This is the Masters. This is the FIFG Masters English Open 2025. And we are looking for our next winner to be crowned in the Senior Plus category. This has been a 3-hole playoff for first position. Eric Hans looking to play up 18. Considered. Left foot strike. Chases up the hill. Right to left. This looks absolutely unreal. Oh my God, he has sunk it from an absolute mile. What an absolute shot that is. And he just swaggers up the fairway like nothing at all happened. So Marek Vitek comes over to congratulate him. Eric Hans with the hug that we spoke about just a second ago, and Chris Hopton there to see them out and confirm that Eric Hans already had a lead from the prior 2 holes from that 3-hole playoff, and that eagle there has absolutely cemented his win. Popular character and a well-deserved win. Very, very pleased for Eric, and you will see others come over to him now and congratulate him. So that then concludes the Senior Plus competition. We will just see this out and see the congratulations and the adulations that he's been given. And then we will come back over to Oakwood 18 while the women 3rd place playoff continues back over on Pines. So we will leave that there and come back over and watch the figure of Harry Gill on the 18th fairway. This is tough in these windy conditions. It's coming out to this right-hand side a little bit. Just needs to settle there. Come back round to the left a bit, and that is a great shot from Harry. That leaves him on the green without danger and for a birdie chance finish. So that was a very, very intelligent shot from Harry. We'll go back and look at one of his playing partners, John Neal. Traditional colours for John. This looks very good as well. It needs to settle. Otherwise it's going to go off the back, and it has. That's 2 from this group. unfortunately, now that have gone off the back. And we will look at this. Comes across the green and it looks like it's going to go in. What a shot that was under these conditions with that wind behind. That was a fantastic finish from Borja Calvo. I think the body language says everything, despite that going in from a long way back. The body language shows that he hasn't been happy with his performance this weekend. So John Neal up and over the hill. This is a good looking shot and it actually goes in as well. Almost a signal of an apology as that went up and over, but no apology needed. That was a very, very good recovery. So all of the action happening thick and fast. This is the 7th last group of men as Neil Shave goes up and over the hill. So an update on the men's score. It is now change again at the top, with Ben Clark back into a one-shot lead despite being 1 over for the day. Nicholas Piscini having dropped 2 shots to take him back to 13 under. A double bogey 16 has just meant that he is dropped back to 13 under, the same as Samo Marinasek at 13 under and Alexander Albring at 12 under. Steve Bastin through 15 at 11 under. So everything still to play for. There are now only 4 shots separating the top 7 players, with 4 or 5 holes to play. So back up to the top of the hill. That was great to see Harry finishing off so well at the top. We now have 6 groups remaining of the men's. We have yet to bring you the 3-way playoff for 3rd place for the women, with Jen Brothel, Tiffany Suss and Rebecca Resner playing out that. And we have just seen Eric Hans win the Senior Plus men's 3-hole playoff to take the title. Earlier today we saw the young talent over on Pines of the talented Amancio Cortines, the 11-year-old, winning the junior section, and Yannick Bayer absolutely smashing the men's senior section. So we are in to the back end of this competition now, down on 18, where we have our cameras waiting. We have a camera on 17 waiting to pick up the men as they come through as well. We're just looking at Josh Patton at the moment in shot, and somebody looking to see whether they can go to the left of the path or the right of the path. I think that's Ali Dick, looking at the fact that he has a towel hanging from his waistband. So we have another camera down on one. We have a camera up at the top of the hill and a camera down at the bottom as well. So I think So I think we might need an adjudication on that. They can't tell. So when the ball is on the cart path, you get relief at the nearest side of the path. Ali would obviously love it to be on the right-hand side rather than the left-hand side. That's going to give him an advantage. I think Josh Patton is just going to play his shot while we get an adjudication. We have a marshal in the form of Rob Mucklow walking up to the situation now to judge it. So we have this camera down the bottom. You see that ball that's come through the back. We also have a camera at the top of the hill waiting to see those come through, and now we have this green side shot. So we are all set up and waiting, but we will go back to the adjudication on the path to see what is happening with this drop and where it is going to be. And it's gone over to the left hand side. Rob Mucklow has come in. So back up the top of the hill, Andre Ivan, 5 grips to go, striking it off the tee box. That looks as though it has gone left. We have a marshal at the top of the hill. It looks as though it's gone through the out of bounds, so we will pick that up. We will also bring you some footage from 17 as well, where we have a camera now. At the moment we will concentrate here on 18 and we will go back to the top of the hill. And a left foot strike, that's going to clear the first pond, but I'm not sure where that's going from there. It's hit the tree and going to drop down in to the second pond while some of that is dry. I'm not sure. So Josh Patton up and over the hill onto the green, but a little bit fierce. He wanted to make sure. Went a bit further. So Ali Dick now on the green. Great recovery from the position he was at after the adjudication on the path. So we will see this play out, and then we will move over and see what else is happening around the course. That needs to settle a little bit. It does. Carl Baker May in waiting there. Josh Patton was through the back. Looking to try and finish this off. Sends it Holwood. It's going to turn left, and it's turned too far left. Frustrating in for Josh. So let's go back to the leaderboard and see if we have had any more news and any more changes. Ben Clark still holds a 1-shot lead. The field is still close. Ben Clark 14 under, Nicholas Bassini 13 under, Samo Marinesek 12 under, Alexander Albring 12 under, Stephen Bastin 11 under, and Mick Eardley 10 under, making up the top 6. And there are still 5 holes to play and only 4 shots separating the top 6. This could go anywhere. So Carl Baker May to finish up. Sends it on its way. It was walking, but it was drifting towards that left edge, but safely in. Ali Dick to tidy up. And in it goes, making use of whole of the hole, so they will go off, and we will look back to the top of 18, unfortunately, where Andre Ivan is looking, and we have some breaking news coming in after hole 15. Looks as though we are looking at another change, but the leaderboard's not updating as quick as the verbal messages are, so we will wait for that to be confirmed. Sometimes scores can be put in and read incorrectly, but not in this case. Hole 15, Ben Clark has just hit a double bogey 7. He is shockingly now 3 over for today, 10 shots behind Nicholas Bassini's round. So Nicholas Bassini is in first at 13 under. Samo Marinesek 12 under, Ben Clark 12 under, Alexander Albring 12 under, Bastin 11 under, and Mick Eardley 10 under. This is a roller coaster, as Ronan Keating once said, and I don't think it's going to stop there. We will carry on the footage here on 18, but I think we have the women's playoff to come as well. Stay with us, things are hotting up. So, information continues to come through, scores continue to be updated. And lots of things going on around the course. But for now, we continue to look at our cameras here on 18. This needs to settle a little bit. It's a very, very good shot. And that has turned out to be an unbelievable shot from a long way back. What you won't see from our position here is that the crowds are already building around 18. Lots of people and buggies sat around the flags. And that will continue to build over the next 3 or 4 holes as the leaders start to materialise through the trees at the top of the hill. So we are looking back up the top of 18 at Finn Poulsen with that left foot shot. It needs to avoid the lake and the pond, and it does. Somehow comes inside the yellow stake and rolls over the top and down onto the short area on the right hand side. So he'll be okay with that. We have footage to bring you from 17 as well shortly, but we will look at Nicholas Bassini. The camera just breaking up, but that looks like a big hit as well, but that has got to, it's bounced in, tried to bounce out and settled in, so whether he's got a shot there or not I don't know, but it stayed in the hazard. So we will have to see what happens with Bassini's shot there. So this is down on 18. We'll look back from above and you can see the ball just coming in to view. It was a massive hit from that group. I think that must have been Joseph Nemec, but we'll have that confirmed. But that was a monster of a strike. So this is the 4th penultimate group to come through. We will take a quick trip back to the 3rd place playoff for the women very shortly to see who was the eventual 3rd place in the women's event. So just to recap while we wait for that footage, Claudia Nemkova completed her win with a 5 under round for the day, 6 under total. Rina Aksu with that eagle on the last to finish 4 under. And then the playoff was between Jen Broffel, Tiffany Suss and Rebecca Resner. So this is the group before. This is a very good looking orange Tango from 2012, and that goes in the hole. So Alessio Gambriosini looking to finish off here as well. So we're just looking at the camera here. Some cheers from elsewhere on the course. Everyone's ears prick up. But we're going to take a break while they are in the pond. It is good timing for us, but not for them, to look at the end of the third place playoff over at the women's event. So, after the playoff hole, Jen Brothel, Tiffany Suss and Rebecca Resner, it goes to penalty putts. Chris Hopton adjudicating. And even more cheers echo round as the player that was in the pond on 18, the man who has made miracles happen today, Puccini, fell in, or had his arm in the lake. So, Tiffany Suss plays to the left and misses, unfortunately, as well. So, it looks as though Jen Brothel was out at this stage. So the playoff went down to penalty putts with Tiffany Suss and Rebecca Resner. This is Rebecca's second penalty putt, learning from the first, but still drags inside across. So, Tiffany to play. A reminder, this is for third place overall. Jen Brothel will be in 5th position. And Rebecca and Tiffany both missing their shots. This is for 3rd and 4th place. Rebecca Resner now to play. Takes the outside line this time and rattles it in the hole. So she will be very pleased with that. Tiffany Suss now needs to make this. She needs to make it happen. She's taking a very high line there. Is it going to turn in? And it does. Absolute drama everywhere on the course. Just when you think it turns one way, it turns back the other. So Rebecca Resner with her 4th penalty putt. She knows the line now, but it turned hard at the end and it's gone loose, so she can only wait. These are blind, so we will see what happens here. And that misses as well, so into the 5th putt. And that goes wide as well. So let's see what happens here. Will it be a win for Tiffany, or will we have sudden death penalty putts? Starts off right, turns in hard, and this time it misses high. They almost joke and laugh about the situation. They miss low and then they miss high. We are down to sudden death penalty putts. Rebecca Resner sends it on its way and it misses on the low side again. It's such a difficult position that has been picked here, and rightly so. This still needs to be a challenge even after the initial event. So Tiffany missed high before. She learnt from that, and it goes round the top side again. So they carry on. Sudden death penalty putts to confirm. Claudia Nemkova has won this event. Rina Akasu is second. Jen Brothel is 5th, so this is for 3rd and 4th. Rebecca Resner looks a better pace, but just misses on the low side again. Such a challenging putt. So every time Rebecca misses, Tiffany has a chance to seal 3rd place. On its way. She's standing high and she likes it, and it's in. So to confirm, Claudia Nemkova 1st, Rina Akasu 2nd, Tiffany Suss wins the playoff to take 3rd, with Rebecca Resner 4th and Jen Brothel 5th. Congratulations to them all. We look forward to seeing them at the closing ceremony later. We urgently flick back over to the men's event on 18. All other categories are now finished. We have brought you footage from all around the course, and we look to update you on the scores of this roller coaster ride on Oakwood 18. Nicholas Bassini is now tied at the top with Samo Marinasek both on 13 under and Ben Clark on 12 under. Alexander Aubrey 11 and Steve Bastin 10. Finn Paulson 9 and Arthur Simacek 9. There are 4 shots between the top 7 players with 2 holes to play. So we just flick back to see Steve Bastin's shot off of the top of the hill on 18. And that putt comes in. Sorry, that was Steve Bastin on 17. So this is Carlos Calvo. It looked as though he had started a charge earlier today, but unfortunately that faltered. And that goes down the middle of the fairway. Flick back to 18 to see Finn Paulson finish off his round. So we will watch Finn finish off here. Just roll back, stop. So he will tap that in. So you join us for the closing stages here at the Ashbury and Manor Resorts of the FIFG Masters 2025, brought to you by the FootGolf Association of England and Seth Conway Media for all of their footage this weekend. We thank you. It's been great to be able to bring you multiple shots of cameras, so you can see it from that angle or then down up from the top. And we have a roaming camera now down, showing the crowd building, the buggies building down that left hand side, and they need to be careful not to come into play. So we will go back to the shot coming in, tracking across the green, tracking towards the hole. It's just going to slow up. I don't think it's quite got the speed, but it's another great shot. See there, Andrew Duffy has now put on an event marshal and will help us. So back to Steve Bastin on the left-hand side of the fairway. So this, a birdie here, would see him challenging the playoffs, needing someone travelling across the green. Don't think it's quite got the pace. You can see it from this angle here. It's going to come up short. Needed a little bit more. But again, that will be marked. So what can Carlos Calvo do this afternoon? Unfortunately, his attack at the leaderboard faltered, but he will still want to show this crowd at the end of his abilities. He was a very, very worthy champion last year in some hard conditions, and this needs to settle, otherwise it's down the back, and it is, unfortunately. You can see that settling and the crowd building round by the banners, expectedly waiting to see what happens next. Urus there in the black, Steve Bastin in the blue, Carlos Calvo in the grey. Samo Marilasek is currently tied lead in the white. Looking at who needs playoffs back further down the leaderboard. Oh, and just past the edge. That is a great attempt. That would have put him into the outright lead. And a great finish. Samo, what a wonderful weekend. And a great score today. Harry Gill and Alan Smith behind me. Just wanted to put in a special mention for Pedal Place. Thank you very much, boys. Well played this weekend. So we can see back on the tee box, the penultimate group on the tee box. But we will come back and watch Carlo finish off. And what a finish that is from our former champion last year. Unbelievable player and a very, very nice guy. Just didn't happen for him today. He was hoping to do a little bit more, but it didn't quite make it. So Urus to finish and walks it in. And that just leaves Steve Bastin. Now Steve could really do with this going in. He had an opening 767, a middle round of 66, and so far 65 shots today. He's 3 under for the day and 10 under overall. It would be great for this to go in. It goes past, but he gave it a chance. Roll back, but nothing's coming that far back. So Steve will finish off, and that group will move on. So we move back up to the 18th tee box for the penultimate group coming through. with Mick Eardley about to tee off on 18. And that looks as though it's gone in the pond without a bounce. So the nerves of these final two groups showing. That ball has just popped out on the right hand side though, so that will be absolutely fine. You can see the orange ball in shot, but unfortunately the ball of Mick Eardley and the ball of Tom Spink seem to be returning to the tee box. So, Tom Spink. Much bigger and much better tee shot there. That's flying down the middle of the fairway. So we will update the leaderboard and see what has happened through hole 16. As we follow this footage down, you can see Mick Eardley struggling with his knee. We have Samo Maransic outright lead at 13 under. Nicholas Piscini finished at 12. Ben Clark 12 under through 16. Alexander Albring 11 under, and Steve Bastian finished 10 under. So Mick taking a drop out the back, gets it running down the fairway. It's going to head out to the right hand side and hopefully not behind that tree. See it there, I think it's got a line in from there, so we will follow this down and then we will be back up at the top for the lead and the final group this afternoon. There will be playoffs down to 10 places. We won't bring all of those to you unless it is for podium, and we will also be bringing you interviews afterwards as well. So we won't bring those live. We're on different parts of the course, and the playoffs also need to happen. So we will follow this right through until the conclusion of the men's and any playoff podium positions needed for the men. And then we will take a break while we sort out the playoffs and the interviews, and we will bring you other footage later on today. So Tom Spink. Yeah. Looks as though one of the players has just come right through to have a look. As one of the balls comes onto the green. It's wide the shot, showing tracking through. Tom Spink's ball just waiting to settle. That ball is marked. So track back out to Mick Eardley on the right hand side. Plays it in. See from the wide angle, it's tracking across the green. Just peeling off to the left hand side slightly. That will be okay. Struggling with his knees, so that is marked. I'll track back up to see the next shot down. nicely. It started off further left. It's going to settle in. A ripper of applause from the crowd round the green. So, crowd building, so is the wind, and the expectation as well for what might happen through hole 17 and coming down hole 18. Samo Marinicek finished 13 under. Nicholas Bassini finished 12 under. Ben Clark still on hole 17, yet to see it to its conclusion. Over hole 17 as that ball tracks in.
Get in!
Great shot. Indeed, and the crowd showing their appreciation. So, as you can see here, we are down on hole 17. Ben Clark out of position, down on the left-hand side to get the ball back up and into position. Moving on. So we'll bring that footage back to Tom Spink on the 18th. And in it goes. Glory finish for Tom. We'll be pleased with that. So Mick Eardley will finish, and then we will bring you the leaders coming through from the top. We will stay with this footage now until the end, and I'll be back with you in 2 minutes.
S'il vous plaît, monsieur. Vous vous en voulez, hein?
You can see the crowd getting ever bigger as we expect the lead group to appear on the 18th tee box. We're waiting for the scores to be updated from hole 17 to see what Ben Clark has done and where that leaves this final hole. So we're still waiting for the scores. Yeah, I believe they are still on 17. They're just moving along, so trying to bring that picture. Ben Clark plays it onto the 17th hole. Tracks round the back onto the path. We need to see where that is going to finish. So they haven't quite finished on 17. This group is just waiting to finish. And I think the interference on 17 is probably caused by lots and lots of people following that group here. So as well as the 60 or 70, 80 people we have around the green on 18, it seems we have a lot of people following that lead group too. So we will wait and see what happens. We've got some footage back of a ball coming in and resting on the bank. And that is from Halfdan Roth. Ben Clark, completely out of sorts today. I've never seen or heard anything like this when it comes to Ben. This third day is normally where he just powers ahead, and the same was expected of him today, and it just hasn't happened. And that is just so unlike Ben. That has gone for miles. I think he's going to be lucky to finish on the podium if this continues. We'll try and follow this out as much as we can. So struggling with the signal there. Please bear with us. We have to bring you back to 18 for now, just as we do. The picture seems to appear on 17. So Ben was on the fairway, then he was through the back, up against the bushes, and now he finds himself here. A very, very unfamiliar position for Ben. Ben wasn't the only one through the back. Artur Sipacek is through there as well.
Where are you?
But Ben Clark seems to have lost even a podium position at this hole 17. The approach shot went right through the back, up against the bush, and that back went back across the green. He's now sat probably facing at least a bogey or more on this hole. So, Ben Clark on 17. This needs to go in. It has to go in if he's to stand any chance of a win or a podium. Up the hill. Is it going to come in the back door? And just lost the picture as that happened. Didn't. It settles down beside the hole. So that will be a tap in. but not what he wanted. Unfortunately, Arthur slipped back on the previous hole, so then to close that one out. We'll wait to see what that does with the scores. We'll just bring you back to 18 while we try and regain signal on 17. Cuts into the hole, tracking well, falling away to the left as it dies with pace, I think. Just past the hole. This one could come back though. Bear with the footage. We'll bring you that as soon as we can. Just to update you that that did miss and did not fall back into the hole. So Arthur will tap in as well. Crowd building even more at this end. So Bobby Hopkinson. This is the line that he faces on 17. Shake and wiggle. He knew it wasn't going to go. He was always going left to right. So he'll just finish that off before Roth finishes, and we will update the leaderboard and tell you where we are. But at the moment before this hole, Ben was 3 over for the day and looks to have probably taken another bogey to get out of contention. So Roth.
Okay.
Finishes off. So we will bring you back to 18.
I mean, if you think it'll last, just go with it.
As they leave 17.
Yeah, I thought they were buggying up now, but
everyone makes their way down 18 as we wait expectantly on the score.
I mean, if you think it'll hold,
if
you think it'll hold,
so we'll leave you with this shot.
Yeah.
Update the leaderboard.
Okay.
It does.
Y ya la siguiente la pongo. A mí me ha pasado una cosa en el 9 que es de loco. Salí de hoy y ha votado en la teniente esta para allá y ha votado para acá y se ha ido para la calle de abajo. ¿El 9? De 90, ¿eh? ¿Lo diga así? ¿Lo diga así? No, pero antes no vamos a quedar sin saberlo, pero algo así. Sí, sí, lo he visto, estaba viendo contigo. ¿Cómo te has hecho un buen día desde lejos? Salió de espectáculo. Toma por culo. Ya está aquí el bicho, a ver. Cacho en el 17, a ver. Cacho en el 17. Vamos, me han jodido 2 hoyos esta pena. El del 8 y el del 10. El que me he hecho 8 y me he hecho 10. En el 16 he hecho una salida espectacular.
So the lead group come onto the tee on hole 18. As a reminder, Samo Morisek is in the clubhouse as leader at 13 under. Nicholas Piscini finished 12 under. Alexander Albring finished 12 under. And then we wait to see what happens with this group. We'll wait for the scoreboard to update that Bobby Hopkinson is not messing about. And honestly cannot see where that went at the moment. The tee off Dan Roth, well in the air, straight down the middle, and that will have no troubles whatsoever. So Ben Clark bogeyed 17. He's now 2 shots off the lead and 1 shot off a playoff for second. Marinesek 13 under, Puccini 12, Alan Bring 12, Ben Clark 11, Steve Bastin 10. Half down Roth down 8. Saw a minute ago. So that one is down the path. That buggy is in a really silly position and will have to be moved as that comes back on to the fairway. Back to the tee box for Artur Sipacek. Fast run up, big hit. It's gone out over the lake though. He's going to have to be careful here. 1 bounce and in to the lake it goes. That's not what he wanted. I think unfortunately he'd probably ruled himself out earlier in the round of being a contender. Currently tied 9th, but that won't have helped. So they will come down and have a look. We'll see what happens. I do not remember seeing Ben Clark tee off. See him in the buggy. We'll see what happens. So we have Bobby Hopkinson taking a drop back to its point of entry with a 1-shot penalty. See him here. We have Ben Clark down the left-hand side, just spilling out. And we have one ball down the middle of the fairway. So, Alex Hill, head marshal, just marking things out. So, point of entry, 2 meters, no nearer the hole. So he will just put that down. So I think Bobby will be keen to get on with this. Moving the water that says, sign that says deep water. So Bobby to play. That's a big strike, right to left, bouncing well. You can see and probably hear from the crowd behind clapping. That is an excellent recovery shot, finding its way safely onto the green and will be marked by Andrew Duffy. So we're now looking at Artur Sipacek, who is in a similar predicament. He's wondering whether he can play it or will need to take a drop. So we will see what happens here. Scratching his head, wondering the best play. As Halfdan, Roth and Ben Clark wait their turn. So Ben needs an eagle here to tie the lead, otherwise we will be crowning the FIFG Masters English Open 2025 champion as Samro Marinisek of Slovakia, but we await the final result. So, shaping up, keeps this one low, skimming along the ground. It's gone a long way left, so we're going to have to be careful here. We can see that coming through and into the crowd. So, crowd just parting ways, so we can see exactly what needs to be done. We look back to Halfdan Roth on the fairway. Panning across to Ben Clark to play. And it comes, you can see it coming out of this side, up onto the green, tracking well. This has got to settle a little bit, turns to the hole, and that is a great shot. I just have to move cameras there just because of the people in the way. So, Roth to play, down towards the green. You can see this wide angle, it's just heading out right a little bit. We'll track back left off of the bank, just needs to settle. Needs to settle, and we'll stop at the top, and that is a very, very good shot indeed, and will be marked. So we await them at the green. See them walking down the fairway. Some people following them as well. Crowd in expectation. So, Bobby Hopkinson. Ben seemingly right, laughing, joking with Max Baker on the edge. Big putt coming up. So, the ball comes in from Bobby, tracks across the green, and just settles in. Sorry, that was from Arthur, by the edge of the crowd. Couldn't see him in amongst everybody. So he will come and mark that. We will watch Bobby concentrating on this shot. Would love to finish on a high. towards the hole. It's tracking well when it needs to settle. Just turned away at the last minute. But that will do for Bobby. And in he goes. A round of applause for Bobby from everyone. Of the sprinkler head. Just going to look at potential relief. Looks like he's going to play. Needs this to go in. And it does. So, sigh of frustration and a shake of the head. What could have been the one that eludes him, or elude him for a little bit longer, as Artur Sipacek unfortunately just shaves past the left hand side. And in it goes. So Halfdan Roth to tidy up. And we will now have some playoffs. So stay with us. They will check the scores, but there is no doubt about the winner. Samo Marinisek from Slovakia is the FIFG Masters English Open 2025 champion. Congratulations to him. He's been superb all weekend, an opening round of 65. Slightly disappointing round yesterday of 70, but finishing with a 66, 6 under par today, and finishing 1 shot ahead of the crowd at 13 under par. Nicholas Passini with a great fight back, but tailed off at the end, 6 under for the round and 12 under overall, tying with Alexander Albring at 12 under as well. Ben Clark finishing at 11 under, and Steve Bastin 10, Finn Paulson 9, Harry Gill 8, Halfdan Roth 8, and one of the second round kings, Matic Sivek. And then we have a whole host of people at 7 under par. So we will stay with the shot while we sort things out here and get confirmation of the leaderboards. I will give you a recap of everything that we have while we bring you this footage of Samo being thrown about in celebration by his teammates. Absolutely brilliant. We have seen so much over this weekend. The crowds have been phenomenal. The support for everyone has been fantastic, and once this settles down, we will have the playoffs and we will have some interviews, and then later on this evening we have the closing ceremony and awards to follow. So stay with us. We'll go back through the other leaderboards while you are still with us and confirm all of the final rankings. So the women senior event was won by Claire Priot by 1 shot, closing round 84. Enough to see Claire as women senior FIFG winner. Congratulations to Claire. The senior plus category needed a playoff, but Eric Hans came good with a win in the senior plus category, followed by Marek Vitek and Jose Guerrera in third. Following that is the junior category. We had the exceptional Amancio from Spain with 7 under total through the 3 rounds. Kyle McGreechin in second place, Connor Bennett in third, and Jamie Hammond in fourth. So moving into the women's category, that was won by Claudia Nemkova with an impressive 5 under today, and Rina Akasu in second at 4 under. We had a 3-way tie for third, fourth and fifth. Jen Brothel ended fifth, Rebecca Resner fourth, and Tiffany Suss took the third place podium place. In the men's senior category, Yannick Bayer was well out in front at 13 under, beating Gail Petard on 7 under. William Morrison Lashes won it on 5 under, and the superb Stein Arnstad in fourth at the end. And then to clarify the men's leaderboard, the winner, Samo Marinisek. Nicholas Busini 12 under, 1 shot behind. Alexander tied second, 12 under. They will have playoff. Ben Clark finished in fourth, Steve Bath in fifth, Finn Paulson 6th, Harry Gill tied 7th with Halfdan Roth, and then another 6 players on 7 under. So I believe the playoffs will happen shortly. We're just organising those, and we can bring you the results as they happen. We'll stay live if we can, because they are for a podium position. We have to decide second and third in the men's overall event between Nicholas Puccini and Alexander Albring. So we will bring you that one live, and the rest will follow later in the results. So bear with us while we sort this out, and we will be back with you very shortly.
La primera hice bien. Al pasito con banco. Quiero apretar. Me voy. Marca a la izquierda. Play bad, tienes que bajar al ring. Pero la bola, por mucho que con efecto, no. Fuera de límite. Así que siguiente. Mi quinto, se va a tener séptimo. Bunker ahí, ahora. Buena suerte también, pero bueno, fue por culpa de mi segundo, que me fui allí. ¿Estáis hoy? ¿Hoy? No. ¿Dormís aquí? Tuna, jamón. Un hotel, he visto un hotel. Cerveza. Beer. Cool beer. Pues hemos cogido uno 10 minutos andando. Aquí, sí, el hotel. Pues está por tu huevo. Ahora pasó a jugar tu ranking mundial. Tem o gordo do meu grupo. Sim, é verdade. Bogey, birdie, doble bogey. Ha hecho 5 doble bogey y birdie. Un eagle, ¿no? Un eagle y 3.
Como é que é possível? Foda-se. Se fosse a minha tinha ficado logo lá dentro d'água.
Ouais, je trouve que c'est bizarre parce que le caméraman est parti.
So we are watching here a playoff. We went to find the details and we are back. So we are going to follow this through. So we go right down to 10th place, and that gaggle of players that were all at 7 under. All 6 of them will be playing off this hole. So we will track them down as we go.
Very good until 16. I scored 10.
Like me. Perfect until 16.
Yeah.
Double.
Yeah, I saw you. Good luck now.
What's happened?
Bro.
Me also.
I was 7. Same position. I was for 16. I scored 10. Sometimes out of blind side. But not the first one. In the third one. With the second one, you get the
Yeah.
But the ball never stop on the water. Try again. No stop. And then third time, just to the bunker, from the bunker. If I don't do that, I will score the 14. If I try, I'll try. But my mistake was the second one. I put the ball.
Uf, eso es mucho, ¿eh? Eso es mucho. Eso es mucho. Es mucho. It's too much. It's too much.
Un poquito, solo un poquito.
Sí, sí, puede hacerlo. Cuidado que vuelve, ¿eh? El japonés está frotando las manos ahora. Claro, ¿verdad, tío? Los dos pads que tiene no son fáciles, más así que fácil. Esa es buena, no se baja bastante tampoco. Se va para la derecha. Esa es peor, esa es peor. ¿Qué te he dicho?
So this is the start of the playoffs in the men's category, being the Masters. We go down to 10 places. So this is for 9th and 10th place, I believe. Carlos Calvo being one of those players. Then I think we have a playoff further up the leaderboard, and we certainly have a playoff for second place. That final hole birdie from Ben Clark meant Nicholas Bassini, Alexander Albring and Ben Clark all finished on 12 under par, just one shot behind the leader. So there will be a playoff there as well. So we will follow this down. We'll keep the coverage coming as much as possible for you and keep you updated with what else is happening around the course as regards the second place playoff. I believe that could well be. So I can see the marshals talking to Ben Clark now. And they will bring us an update as soon as we know. So from off the back of the green, looking to come back up. Makes it up and over the top. It's a great pace as he got the line. And a cheer from the crowd as that goes in. You can see from the wide angle what we're looking at here. So Carlos Calvo in the middle of the green. Pan that round. Got a shot coming through the middle. And this needs to go in. It just falls away to the wayside. But he will finish that off. And the third player in this group again. If this goes, could have some penalty putts, but it hangs out wide. And the wind trying its best, howling behind us. But picks up, and that decides 10th place. So, bear with us while we pick up the next set of players. And we will bring you that news as we get underway. See you, mate. Thank you for all your help this weekend, mate.
Ah, no, es por ronda. Ponemos 400 euros.
So you want all? I'll ring it.
Ring then, yeah.
¿Cómo va esto? Porque tenemos que dejar el coche antes de...
Yeah, they're already doing a one-hole playoff, so you can pack down and come back. Alright. Cool, nice one. Righto, see you in a bit.
Chris, nosotros quedamos noveno. Tiene los puntos de noveno. Master son los puntos del máster. Ellos, no.
Dinero para la fe, para chicharrón.
A ti no te van a sumar. Venga, menos 3 y 9 menos 3. Y John, nada, olvídate. No es noveno o décimo. Y ahora vamos a ver. ¿No jugáis ese desempate? Pero vamos que no, olvídate. Olvídate que son 200 por cada uno. Noveno y décimo son 200. 200 pero un 12 se ha llevado noveno por... No, ha quedado noveno. Igual. Ya, pero ahora estos no juegan desempate. Él no tiene noveno del MIN, ¿vale? Sexto del máster. Y ahora te va a ver si es noveno o décimo para la foto. Para la foto.
A ti no te cojo ya, capullo. Ya tengo que superar a Sandro.
1000 puntos, Amancio. 1000 puntos.
So you join us back in the media centre for the playoff, the big one, a one-hole playoff for second, third and fourth. Ben Clark choosing to go down the left-hand side and the path, the preferred route, and we have a camera tracking that down, which we will flick to, and that has worked out very, very well indeed. So, back on the tee, Nicholas Puccini. Let's see if he can stay mud-free this time. And that strikes a lot further down the left-hand side. It's just caught the edge, but stays out of danger. So no OB, no out of bounds. He manages to keep it. Yeah, so they will wander down. A lot of the crowd staying around to see this. As a reminder, Samo Marinicek from Slovakia has won this event. This is Puccini, Ullenbring and Clark all playing for second, third and fourth positions. So we will see this to its conclusion. So Puccini, hampered by his run up, but will swing it out. We'll flick round. So again, choosing the most direct line possible. That's where he would have wanted and expected his tee shot to have gone. But that will work out absolutely fine, and he will have a free drop from the path there. As we flick back to the crowd. So, Adam Bring walks across the fairway. A very, very good tee shot indeed. And thank you for those of you that have continued watching this afternoon for these playoffs. We've enjoyed having you and your comments, and we hope you enjoy the quality of this coverage. Multiple cameras following all the way through the holes. Wide angle shots like this showing you the tracking of the ball, and unfortunately that has gone wide and fast. And we can actually now show you on our third camera that dropping off the back down towards the media centre here right in front of me. We might just have to move some of the wires for that. So Ben Clark didn't hang about, and that has gone on to the green. That is tracking across the green and quite similar, but not as far as where he was before. So that puts him in A1 position at the moment. As a reminder, if this playoff hole is tied, then there will be penalty putts to follow as well. So we wait to see what happens as we pan back round to Piscini on the side. Comes in, takes a big leap forward there. That needs to settle a little bit. It's tracking round. Not sure if it's going to. It's caught the hill beautifully and turned in, and that has actually got a chance. Oh, the crowd were willing it in, and that is an unbelievable shot from Piscini. Ended up just a foot away from the hole, showing the brilliance of the man. He's won multiple titles over the years. So Alan Bring comes down to look at where he needs to play. Piscini will come in and just mark that. And everybody claps Piscini, and rightly so. So he will sit and wait the outcome from the others. So Alan Bring just down the back. Right in front of the media centre, so we're able to see exactly what's going on. Just to keep it left. It's gone straight at it over the top and just over the edge, and unfortunately tracks on. He went for it. It was very, very aggressive. It was a very straight line. Normally people would have probably gone 2, 3, 4 foot left of that, up over the top, and just let it bring back in. So he will have to have another crack at this. Needs this. I think this will put him tied with Piscini, while Ben Clark sits on his haunches and waits, contemplating what might have been, but also the fact that he's got an opportunity to finish second overall. So that goes past the hole, and a disappointing shake of the head, but he will mark that. So Ben Clark with a chance for overall second place. And in it goes. A hand up for gratitude for the crowd. not the result that he would have wanted or expected at the start of the day. And a little friendly slap from Puccini to say, what have you done? They walk off with smiles at the end of a great day. We will leave the coverage there, and we thank you for your time. We will bring you the rest of the updated results later, any other playoffs and the awards ceremony later on. So we thank you for your time, and we say goodbye for now. Until next time, thank you very much.
Steve! Steve! I was going to say, is that it? Okay, no worries. Righto, I'll give him a ring. Is Ben already back? I told him to come back, yeah. Okay, nice one. Cool, righto, I'll ring Jay. Cool, speak to you a bit, bye, bye.
I was trying to get hold of.